Good evening. Welcome to the March 20th, 2025 meeting of the Mount Juliet Municipal and Regional Planning Commission meeting. Always good to have a full house here tonight, even on, as you can see, my attire up here. That's something in the back of my mind happening out there on True TV, TNT, TBS, and whatnot. And I'd be wrong if I didn't give a little go Vols or go to your team out there, whoever. It's an exciting time to watch the sports and bring people together, just like we're bringing people together here tonight with things going on here in our community. With that being said, as we begin our meeting, I do like, especially when we do have two members short, we have a full house. I'd like to read our quorum and requirements here for the Planning Commission. It says the presence of 5 members of the commission shall constitute a quorum for the transaction of business. The chairperson may, at his or her discretion, wait up to 30 minutes after the scheduled meeting time for a quorum to be present. In the event that a member is required to leave a meeting prior to adjournment and the departure causes a loss of quorum, no further action or no further official action may be taken until a quorum is restored other than an adjournment. A majority vote of those commissioners present, and in no case less than 4 affirmative votes, should be required to decide any item of business requiring action by the commission. Our next item up will be to set our agenda. I know I have a couple of requests coming around. I'd like to open up. I'd like to add all of the members of the Planning Commission were provided a copy of this. I'd like to add item 12A. Or I'd like to add it as item 12A in addition to our agenda. That would be to review the preliminary plat amendment for Wells Farm. That item was deferred at our February meeting. So that would become item 12A. And I believe I have a couple of other requests. Is that correct?
Oh,
Commissioner?
looking at me? Oh,
Yes, sir.
absolutely.
Commissioner Giles.
Oh, off the consent, I want to take 6C. Not that anymore. 6H. And that would take, I guess, 6I off too, I guess. I don't know if we need to or not, but anyway. 6J. I think 6K is going to be removed, but if it's not, I definitely need to take it off. So I don't know. Let's just go and take it off, and then if they remove it, then that takes care of that.
Perfect.
Okay.
Perfect. And again, I'll reiterate that here in just a moment. Commissioner George, you had a request as well, please?
Yep, I'd like to remove 6F.
6F. All right. To summarize, any additional requests or amendments to the agenda? Seeing none, going to summarize that one more time. The addition of an item number 12A, which is to review the preliminary plat amendment for Wells Farm. Per request of Planning Commission members, to be removed from the consent agenda and heard in this following order. Immediately following the consent agenda will be item 6C, which is review the final plat for Willow Landing Phase 4 located off Mays Chapel Road. Item 6F, review the final plat for Green Hill Estates located off South Green Hill Road. Item 6H, review the mass grading plan for Elliott Reserve located at 12440 and 12582 Lebanon Road. Item 6I, review the preliminary plat for Elliott Reserve located at 12440 and 12582 Lebanon Road. Item 6J, review the final master development plan for Golden Bear Senior Living located at 4515 Beckwith Road. Item 6K, review the final master development plan amendment for Bradshaw Farms for Woodridge Sidewalk Project. All those items are removed from the consent agenda and will be heard in the consecutive order that immediately following the hearing of our consent agenda. With that being said, we will set the agenda as stated, and our next item up will fall underneath our staff reports. Begin with Mr. Bachman.
I'd just like to say happy spring, first day of spring.
Yes, it is. Yeah, it's a lovely day for that, isn't it? Yesterday was. Ms. Johnson, do you have anything you wish to add for planning? Wonderful. Shane, Public Works.
Y'all have a good evening tonight.
Yes. Todd, we had you absent last month, and I'm assuming everything went well in your absence for your wife.
Yeah, things went very well. I want to thank y'all again for letting me do that. That was a big help to my family. And I do want to give you a heads up. The city's Safe Streets for All report should be coming next month. I believe we'll have the representative from the engineering firm come and give you a short presentation.
Oh, wow. Cool deal. Cool deal. And congratulations to your wife as well. That's a pretty big deal.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. All right. Yeah, first day of spring. Hard to believe when you come inside or go outside right now. All right, our next item up for agenda will be our citizen comments. At this time, we will take citizen comments. The public is welcome and encouraged to make public comment about any item on our agenda. There'll be 2 opportunities for you to make comments. You may speak now, or you may speak when the item is presented to the Planning Commission, but only one or the other, not both opportunities. And we do ask, especially here being a full house tonight, we do ask that you limit your comments to 3 minutes or less. So as you get up there, I keep a little timer up here. As you get into, please try to focus and summarize any comments should you want to make public comment tonight. If you're speaking and you see me just kind of raise my hand and give you a little shout like this, what I'm communicating to you is you have 1 minute left. So please don't make me gavel. I don't like to do that, but please summarize your comments to 3 minutes, and that allows everyone the opportunity to be heard that desires to be heard at the Planning Commission meeting. And again, you can speak now, or you can speak when we bring the item that you're here for tonight to the table. So with that being said, anyone that wishes to make comments at this time are welcome and encouraged to do so. And please come to the microphone and state your name and address for the record.
Will Gale, 501 Corporate Circle, removing 6K from the agenda.
That's a request for deferral on item 6K?
Withdrawal.
Perfect. That's it's not even deferred, just a total withdrawal.
Withdrawal.
Perfect. To reiterate that, that's a part of our regulations to require a representative to come to the Planning Commission meeting. If it's the week of, and that means that item 6K, which was to review the final master development plan for Bradshaw Farms for the Woodridge sidewalk, is removed totally from the agenda. Thank you. Any additional citizen comments at this time? Seeing no additional citizen comments at this time, we'll move forward with our first item up on the agenda. We'll begin with item 5A. That is to review the minutes from the February 20th, 2025 Mount Juliet Planning Commission meeting. Any adjustments, typos? Seeing none, looking for a motion in regards to this item on our agenda.
I'll make a motion.
A motion?
Second.
And a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye and raising your hand. Aye. Against? Abstentions? So approved. Next item up will be our consent agenda. We'll begin with item 6A, the development letter of credit for Jackson Hills Phase 1, Section 1A, number 694-08856-706, in the amount of $344,662.32 can be released. Item 6B, the development letter of credit for Jackson Hills Phase 5, number 694-08856-773, in the amount of $208,518.52 can be released. Item 6D, review the final plat for Tomlinson Point Phase 3A, located off Curd Road. Item 6E, review the final plat, Nichols Vale Phase 9, Section 1, located off Young Drive. Item 6G, review the final plat for the Chrisman property located at Lebanon Road and Karen Drive. Item 6L, which is a recommendation item back to the Board of Commissioners, review the zoning ordinance amendment requiring streetlights in single-family residential developments. Open it up. John, anything from planning?
No, sir. Just approval or positive recommendation with any conditions. The updated ordinance for the streetlights it didn't change any that you guys got before the before the meeting. That did not change any of the text in that actual amendment. It just removed some old text that should have been deleted. That wasn't even part of the amendment. So that's all. That's the only change there with that.
Very well. Thank you. Shane, anything about any of the items on the consent?
Recommend approval or positive recommendation with our staff comments. Thank you.
Very well. Thank you. Questions, comments from the commission at this time? I've got just a few minor in regards to item 6L. Just some additional comments as this is recommended back to the Board of Commissioners. One is would like to see, since we're talking about street lighting, the addition of entrance lighting at subdivisions on there. Also a note that it to be a soft white in color and not a bright white where it's obtrusive because they're not necessarily downward facing when they're decorating or fancy light poles. And then just one question back for staff. Item 20E, it says the lighting system must be installed and fully operable prior to 50% completion of the proposed structures within a platted section of the subdivision. Who is inspecting that? Is that going to be building or is that going to be planning or who's actually?
It's the electric service that typically inspects them. So I don't know what their exact procedure for that is. I wonder, maybe Shane, you could enlighten me if you know anything, or Todd. But I thought that'd be a good way that we could track it via plat too, if possible. You know,
So we're really not. I can actually share on that. I've got firsthand knowledge on that one. All the electric company is going to do is look at the pipe in the ground and say, and then that's it.
Right.
So they're not going to look at a pole, tell you whether or not a pole is functional. A lot of times you'll see that some people line them up. They see a piece of gray conduit coming out of the ground and nothing ever gets attached to it. So there would be nothing from a utility company other than a ditch inspection for their Schedule 40 pipe. But after that, so I would encourage, I guess, staff of the BOC to look at how they, how or who, I think I mentioned this at the last meeting, probably going to have to be something, unfortunately, through the building department and communicate back to planning or something. I know they're a little bit separate, but one and the same out there, maybe even prior to final plat. Could be a good place to make sure that they are installed because at final plat, you've got your curb, your gutter, your stormwater.
All the other infrastructures.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. And there's no reason that a street light can't be set at that point in time either.
Agreed.
So that would be just some feedback that I would encourage to be heard or considered on it. And my only other comment back towards it is that when the statement says that they're alternating, I like that, but the functionality of that is challenging. As a development goes, as you know, utilities are usually on one side, particularly on power. And all we're doing is we're running opportunities. If you crisscross a power grid and particularly Schedule 40 pipe, is eventually that getting cut, broken, somebody not doing it. If city has got to get into their sewer, which is normally in the middle of the street, and you have to dig it up, there goes your power. You got to terminate it, or you guys are the ones that are forced to work around the alternating street lights. So I would be more, I know that we have sidewalks on both sides, but my input would say left or right, either which one. Sometimes it'll make sense on a neighborhood to say right side of the street, sometimes left side of the street. Discretion of whoever designs and submits the plan back to staff. But I would discourage alternating because all you're doing is you're going to create conduit that can be broken, that could ultimately, because think of it as a complete electrical circuit, they travel. And so if you break one portion of the circuit, then the rest of the circuit down and up from it can also go dark. And if that's underneath one of the streets, I feel very confident that the city does not want to go bust a road up to fix a damaged piece of Schedule 40 conduit for just a street light, as that would be a fairly expensive venture. And those would be my only comments towards that.
Thank you.
Further questions or comments? All right. This time I'd like to call for citizen comments in regards to any of the items on the consent agenda. Anyone wishing to make comment, please come to the microphone and state your name and address for the record. Seeing no citizen comments at this time, need to close our planning commission meeting in order to open a public hearing. The public hearing is in regards to items 6D, 6E, and 6G. Item 6D is review the final plat for Thomason Point Phase 3A located off Curd Road. Item 6E is review the final plat, Nichols Vale, Phase 9, Section 1, located off Young Drive. Item 6G, review the final plat for the Chrisman property located at Lebanon Road and Karen Drive. Anyone wishing to speak during the public hearing about either of those three items, welcome and encouraged to do so. Please come to the microphone and state your name and address for the record. Seeing no citizen comments at this time, I'd like to close the public hearing and reopen our planning commission meeting, and at which time I'm looking for a motion and recommendation in regards to the items on the consent agenda.
Motion to approve consent agenda, comments, corrections.
And a positive recommendation. Very well. I'll second that. That's a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye and raising your hand.
Aye.
Aye. Against? Abstentions? So approved. All right. Our next item up following that will be item 6C. It is to review the final plat for Willow Landing, Phase 4, located off Mays Chapel Road. Begin with planning.
I would just say we recommend approval with any of the conditions listed.
Very well. Thank
County
you.
subdivision.
Shane, anything from Public Works in regards to this one?
No, sir.
Very well. Thank you. Questions, comments from the commission?
Yeah, I do.
Commissioner
Is
Jones, do
anybody here to represent this?
we have any representation here tonight for Willow Landing off Mays Chapel Road? Seeing none.
If I read this correct, this was approved a long time ago, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
I think 3 or 4 years ago.
okay. So it wasn't while I wasn't here.
Correct.
And did they get, what was approved? I was trying to see because it still got under the subdivision regulations. It still says that the planning commission granted a request variance by the developer. Okay, do you remember this coming in?
Yes, sir.
I guess my question is, and you've explained to me sort of why maybe some of the houses, but there again, the contractor, whoever this was, could have built those houses to have the sidewalks out front. Correct? We don't have any
Who else is-
representation.
Speak to that.
Okay, and at least on Mays Chapel, that should have been out there. And because eventually that would be connected. So anyway, I wanted to brought it off. I thought maybe somebody was here to say something to give us some kind of insight. Obviously, it's been passed for a variance. I'm gonna vote against this because I have to stand up for what we're trying to do in the city, and that's within our growth area. So
I want to say that we had a couple conditions out there as this was heard at planning, Commissioner Giles. I actually spoke on the double sidewalks. I think they remained out there, but obviously being a Wilson County subdivision, they don't allow them in the public right of way. And so they were unable to do that. But I think that we included conditions such as your sidewalk on Mays Chapel. And I think that my comment that you just heard me make on lighting, that we requested lighting at the entrance as well. And then we requested an increased amenity, which it does look like the increased amenity is there. I actually drove through this subdivision today, just thinking about it as it was coming through tonight. You are correct. There is no sidewalk on Mays Chapel. There is no street lighting. There are no interior sidewalks. But from their little billboard and sign that they had, it looks like at some point they may have heard that comment and increased their amenity size to include a pool and whatnot. So it did come before this body, I think, 3 or 4 different times.
one of the comments that we hear, because it's in the county, is because you can't put it over in the right of way because of the water or whatever. But the developers can definitely put it on their own property, and they need to start allowing for those sidewalks on their own property. If they can't put it on the right of way next to the road, we've got a builder right now outside, and he's moving it back. I mean, you can do that. So anyway, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for letting me take this off and then about it.
Any additional comments from the commission? Let me go ahead and open this up to citizen comments. Anyone wishing to make comments, welcome and encouraged to do so. Please come to the microphone and state your name and address for the record. Seeing no citizen comments at this time, need to close our planning commission meeting and open a public hearing. This public hearing is regards to this item 6C, which is review the final plat for Willow Landing, Phase 4, located off Mays Chapel Road. Anyone wishing to speak on this item during the public hearing, welcome and encouraged to do so. Please come to the microphone, state your name and address for the record. See no citizen comments, we'll close our public hearing, reopen our planning commission meeting, and at which time I'm looking for a recommendation in regards to this item on our agenda.
Motion for a approval.
It's a motion. Second it. It's a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye and raising your hand. Aye. Against? Abstentions? So approved. Next item up on our agenda is item 6F, is review the final plat for Green Hill Estates located off South Green Hill Road. Planning, John?
Planning recommends approval with any conditions listed.
Very well. Thank you. Shane, anything from Public Works?
Staff recommends approval with our conditions of approval. Thank you.
Very well. Thank you. Questions, comments from the commission?
I've got a question.
Commissioner Giles.
So, I'm not sure if it should come up on 6H. I know with the grading, they are who's representing this today.
Green Hill Estates, we have representation? Name
Oh,
and
no,
address.
no,
For-
this is, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
I've got the wrong one. I thought,
Do you need Green Hill Estates
No, I thought-
representation?
no, I didn't take that off.
I took it off.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
sorry.
Preston did.
I'm sorry.
All right.
I don't have any questions. I didn't support
But the first time around, I'm not gonna let it fall on consent and support it. So just
Very well.
conscience vote on my side.
Very, I understand. I got one comment that I'd like to include on this one, actually. Falls underneath Public Works comment number 3. I'd just like to, I think that's the $49,000 and change commitment for the milling of South Green Hill. Would like verbiage to include Virginia Hill Drive to the manhole or the disturbed area as well, with that dollar amount being collected. Any further questions, comments? Wonderful. At this time, I'd like to call for citizen comments in regards to this item on the agenda. Any citizens wishing to make comment, welcome and encouraged to do so. See no citizen comments. I do have to close the planning commission meeting, open a public hearing in regards to this item. 6F, which is review the final plat for Green Hills Estates located off South Green Hill Road. Anyone wishing to make comment during the public hearing is welcome and encouraged to do so. Please come to the microphone, state your name and address for the record. Seeing no citizen comments at this time, we'll close our public hearing, reopen our planning commission meeting, at which time I'm looking for a motion in regards to this item on our agenda.
Make a motion to approve.
It's a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye and raising your hand. Aye. Against? Abstentions? So approved. Commissioner Giles, I think it was your request on items 6H and 6I. Any objection to hearing them together?
No, that'd be great.
All right, fabulous.
I'm sorry about that a while ago. I thought
No.
I had all my stuff marked up and I forgot that you taken that off.
No problem whatsoever. We're going to hear items, since they're both on the same request, item 6H and 6I together. Item 6H is to review the mass grading plan for Elliott Reserve located at 12440 and 12582 Lebanon Road, as well as item 6I, which is to review the preliminary plat for Elliott Reserve located at 12440 and 12582 Lebanon Road. Planning, John.
Yes, sir. Planning recommends approval for both of these with any of the conditions listed, planning zoning conditions listed. Thanks.
Very well, thank you. Shane, anything from Public Works?
Same as John's response.
Very well. Commissioner Giles.
Yeah, obviously, and this is in my district. And this was passed before me,
Yes, sir.
before I could know a whole lot about it. So I know there's people that's emailed me today, and I've not been able to look at those emails because on the day of this meeting, and we had so many meetings this afternoon about projects that I've not been able to look at some of those. But one of the things, and since I don't know some of the history of it, I just got a couple of questions.
Please.
One of it on this grading, I know it says on there, if I'm not mistaken, it'll try to preserve as many trees as possible. I think I've talked to John about this, and it'll come back and we'll have something preserving, and they will actually list those trees, not list them, but they'll identify them, and that's the next plat. Is that right?
If they're going to save any, they can submit a tree survey that shows the material out there and if it can be used for buffers. If you look on the mass grading plan, there's an area between, behind the commercial that they're leaving undisturbed. I think the intent is for that area to be vegetated. It's probably not getting disturbed via, because they just don't need to grade it there. But there is a requirement for a very large buffer in that area should they not use, or a wide buffer in that area should they not have material to use in that area. So either way, they've got buffers as part of the PMDP that are required that they will have to address. One word. So this was submitted with an FMDP on the sheet. It's not really the final master development plan. It's just the mass grading plan. So they're going to come back with a final master development plan in addition to site plan for all of these. So we'll see this at least once more, or a couple more times for the commercial, I'm sure. And all those buffers on the PMDP will apply. Yeah.
Okay. And then I've got a question for whoever's the representation of this one.
Let's go ahead and ask for representation in regards to this item on our agenda. Name and address for the record.
Jake Ford, Heritage Civil 2055 North Mount Juliet Road.
Okay. I've got a question dealing with, it's supposed to be townhomes, right?
Yes.
These are like, okay, are they fee simple? Are they going to be ownership, or how are y'all doing these?
For sale townhomes, individual for sale townhomes.
Are they fee simple, or are they that other, what is that other thing called? Do what? Yeah, HP something.
HPR.
HPR.
No, it's a fee simple. I believe it's just be for sale
Okay.
properties.
Okay, very good, very good. Now, one of the concerns that one or more of the constituents has sent my way, these are going to be townhomes. And do you know how much these are going to sell for?
I believe the estimate they were shooting for back when they started doing a PMDP was somewhere in the $600,000 to $800,000 range.
Okay. Have we had any sale for 800,000 in this city, townhomes? I don't know.
Darn close.
They're up.
Okay. Well, we may have some sentiments and comments about it.
Yeah.
What I'm concerned about, and while I can't vote against it for this reason, is that I'm concerned about all the rentals coming in and someone owning all the condos and renting them out next to these subdivisions and next to these areas. And people are putting the condos in these little areas. And believe you me, though, I've always been for condos. Many, many years ago on this board, you can remember, I always was trying to get condos instead of apartments and et cetera, et cetera. But the thing about it is, it was fee simple ownership like we've just been told. And I understand that, but that doesn't keep somebody from buying all of them. Or what's going to happen if they don't sell at 800,000 and all of a sudden now and I can't vote against it for that. But since I wasn't, correct me if I'm wrong, attorney, I don't think I can, Sam, can I?
No, you should not.
Right. So, and it's very unfortunate, but since I wasn't here when this was approved, we were up to the grading and everything. I wanted to just get some kind of feel for that because it bothers me. I just don't know, and we just don't know some of that.
Sure.
So because I wasn't here, I can't put a whole lot of input on it when all this came through. Although I wanted to get involved, but it wasn't the time for me to because I wasn't sitting here, and I can't do a whole lot, but I can sure vote against it because I don't know a whole lot about it. So.
Thank you.
That's
Good.
Question is
Please.
Is the 11.65 acres enough for townhomes per our codes? And
This is a mixed use PUD and the entire thing is over 20
Got
acres.
it's over 20. Okay, because it's okay. Thank you.
Perfect. Additional questions, Commissioner Rast?
One of the questions I've got, you're showing your stake silt fence basically at the property line. I remember seeing this before. We were really concerned, and the property owners were very concerned about a buffer. And I know how stake silt fence is put in the ground, and there's a lot of trees along the border of here, and you will have to tear up a lot to get that stake silt fence in. And it shows your limits of disturbance it looks like a whole lot closer than what we agreed to as far as buffers. I believe we agreed to a larger buffer in this area. It just looks like it's on top. And I'll make another comment too. You know, all the site grading, erosion control notes. I mean, my eyes aren't great, but I couldn't even begin to read all that without a magnifying glass. So I'd like to see that. It should be fixed. But just got a comment about the buffers. Did we agree to something larger last time? Because this doesn't seem to provide that, and it seems like it gives license to the contractor just to go out there and take it all down.
I'll answer your question. Sure. We agreed to a 10-foot non-disturbance buffer within that 25-foot building setback and a 20-foot landscape buffer. The silt fencing rating will not touch the no disturbance buffer. So the first 10 feet is untouched.
Okay.
Yeah.
And to keep on your comments there, Tricia, the notes and the light font of the notes has been remedied, and it will not be that light moving forward. It's just a font issue.
I think that's correct. I've been pretty consistent trying to make sure we're not putting the erosion control in our buffers.
Right.
Commissioner George, did you have something you wanted to add as
No,
well?
I think
Okay.
I agree. I don't remember it being 10 feet. It just seems like a lot smaller than we talked about, but it's been a while since we looked at this plan.
You good, Commissioner Rest?
Yeah, I'm good.
Commissioner Jones,
This
please.
one, I want to last, but this
Yeah,
game.
yeah.
So how many trees is that going to preserve in the 10 feet?
Depends on the density.
How many trees is that going to preserve in the 10 feet buffer that you're not going to grade? You're going to have the silt.
I guess, is it
fence.
heavy wooded in that 10 feet or?
It's got a fairly decent buffer on most of the property around that area, which is one of the reasons we agreed to try to keep that 10 feet undisturbed, because to everyone's point, with the neighbors and buffers ripping out all the trees to replant seedlings and small trees per the buffer requirements is not really ideal. So it should, again, 10 feet off that is any trees with that 10-foot buffer, and obviously the trees on the other side of the property line. It's a fairly, let's say, thick buffer line between them.
They don't measure.
Well, and I had circled preserve as many trees as possible, and we talked about that because it's not the time, but still, you just, you don't know, and I know you got a certain amount that you've got to grade. My other comment was not really dealing with this; it's dealing with what he said. I made this comment today over at the planning department. It is so hard to read this stuff because it is so small. I mean, and I'm glad I'm not the only one that's having trouble. I mean, I'm having trouble with the glasses. I mean, they need to get us a magnifying glass that's lit so that we can start reading these plans.
All I know is I don't want to go back to where we were.
I
with the
do.
Full-size sets.
I do. I
Did they
want to go
roll
back
up?
to them so that I can see what's going on. I sure do.
We talked
They're
about,
going to get me some.
we talked about this. Yeah, we talked about this actually during one of your initial terms that you and I have spent up here together. The possibility, because when developers have to submit, they also have to submit electronic copies of everything that they do. And so when they submit the electronic copy, it gives the PDF right there, maybe the possibility of putting those onto a jump drive for any commissioners that would want that. Then you could take a jump drive and just give it back to staff on this night. And, but have the jump drive where you could put the PDF on your computer to be able to expand. Could be a thought right there, so you could see something bigger.
Yeah.
Yeah. Remember the old days of getting the 3x4s?
Got one.
Yeah.
I like
They're
those old
massive.
days. There's nothing wrong with that.
And I've got a question, and I know the answer to it, but I just want you to, I guess, to clarify what my thoughts are. So we've got a 10-foot buffer. If I've got a 5-foot wide tree that hits that 10-foot line, are you going to save the tree or are you going to take the tree?
Great, Chris.
That's my
pedestrian.
question. And that concern is with a 10-foot natural buffer, if you've got a tree that hits at 10 foot and you make the argument, or whoever does the mass grading, that, oh, well, it's enough in our way that we can tear it down. What does that actually do? Because you're cutting into the natural buffer at that point.
From my understanding, again, to your point, what you just said, I believe is accurate. If that tree is a part of,
Even a
if that
minute.
tree is in that buffer, the trunk is in that buffer, then
Mhm.
by removing it, you would be touching the non-disturbance buffer. So I agree with you that 10 feet is the line where anything past that would be
So any tree,
non-disturbance.
any tree that starts in the 10-foot boundary and expands, whether that be 2 or 3 feet, is a protected tree.
Again, you get in the nitty gritty of exactly where that tree starts.
Well,
Yeah,
I'm getting in the
that's
nitty gritty because then you could be looking at one point that you only have a 7-foot buffer if you take a whole tree down. So, I mean, I think it's valuable to get into the nitty gritty on that, especially if I lived on Montrose and I'm 10 foot away from the property. I think I can get in the nitty gritty on this.
Again, I don't disagree that there's a 10-foot non-disturbance buffer there that was approved, and that's what the city will enforce. However, the city sees fit to enforce.
Maybe
that
that's a
10-foot buffer.
question for
I can't
staff
answer that.
then. What's the enforcement on that? Because my concern is I've got a house on Montrose. If I lived on Montrose and somebody knocks a tree down that's 2 inches in their 10-foot boundary and suddenly I only have 7 feet. How does that, how do we logic that?
Go ahead, John.
The way I would take that is anything within that 10-foot buffer, you're gonna have to stay away from it to some degree to avoid the roots and all that stuff. But anything in that 10-foot buffer has got to stay, and however that has to be addressed, how far away you need to stay. That's how it would be. Now, remember that 10-foot buffer is also within a 20-foot landscape buffer that will have supplemental plantings around it. So,
But I mean, supplemental planting in a tree, I mean,
right.
yeah, okay. Like I said, I know it sounds like a dumb question, but then you start talking about it and you realize you can lose 3 feet real quick.
Those houses on Montrose, they have a very, my sister owns one of those homes, and there are some tall trees there, but then there's nothing like behind it. So if they lose those trees, then they're going to see the back of this development, nothing else.
May I make a suggestion that y'all go out there and mark where that 10 feet is and you mark the trees? I mean, Middle Tennessee Electric comes around and marks the trees all in the city and places that they're going to trim. So that would be one way, because that tree could be in that line. It's just like for those of us from the country, which I'm from the sticks, you build a fence, you have a tree there, you use the tree as a fence post. Well, because that tree was right on the line or a little cross like you're talking about. And so I would suggest you save those trees if it's over the line at all. I don't care if it's this big around. Y'all need to save that tree, mark it, go paint it, do something. And we need to talk about this in the city going forward. I think this is a good point. Thank you that we need to do when we do that, because we have no checks on this, on the grading and on the 10-foot and the buffers and that kind of thing. And trees have been something that obviously over the last few years, people are really, really concerned about.
One of my suggestions, I actually spoke to staff about this several months ago, Metro Davidson County, and their tree preservation efforts actually make you put chain link fences down.
But what?
Chain link fences.
Oh, on the inside, so that you
Forces where
physically
they
can't get to it.
The reason I brought it up is because we've got a project currently underway in Hickory Hills off Devonshire that they took every single tree out, even the ones that were promised or supposed to not go away. So that's the concern I have is what checks do we have? We approve this mass grading for all we know. I mean, the construction guy accidentally takes down more than he's supposed to. Well, if there's a accident, you can't replant a tree you've knocked down.
My last 2 months' agendas had amendments to our subdivision regulations. So if it's that great of a concern, my encouragement would be to amend the subdivision regulations, and it's transparent and everybody can work with it.
There's going to be some way to identify where those trees are. They should
The
do that.
chain link sounds like a good idea. And I'm not one to tout Nashville on doing things the right way, but this seems in this exact instance, this might be something that ought to be looked at because that guarantees that 10 foot regardless of whoever comes in.
All right, thank you. This time, I'd like to call for citizen comments in regards to these items on our agenda. Anyone wishing to make comment is welcome and encouraged to do so. Please come to the microphone, state your name and address for the record.
Stephanie Beamer, 513 Montrose Drive. I thank you, John, for sending me the plans today. As a representative, we have tons of residents here today of Nicholas Vale. We are completely still against this Elliott's Reserve development. While we're not opposed to a commercial development at the bottom of the property, the townhome construction is a major issue for us residents. We presented this to the Board of Commissioners with 250 plus local signatures against this. It was voted on and approved on a 3-2 vote and not with Commissioner Giles. Welcome to the district. It was marked with those 600, 800,000 townhomes with 15 to 20% growth still available. Since then, the planning board has approved so many more townhome developments and other developments, including the 423 townhomes on Nonaville Road and the additional developments on South Green Hill. Many of our neighbors who have been opposed and vocal have sold. We've already had 3 home sales recently because of this development. We feel it's a bait and switch and it should go back to the Board of Commissioners to discuss, because there's a lot of times, like we just discussed, developers come in, like we've seen with our community. They promise things, they say they're going to adhere to it. There's no accountability. They don't deliver what they said they were going to. The engineering concerns remain the main issue. I'm the house that they're going to drain the detention pond right behind. Right now, we were looking at the drainage plans. It comes in, we paid thousands of dollars. We still have the drainage issues. Shane, everybody has seen all of our drainage problems. The outflow from the development is being converted to a point of discharge, crossing my property, then entering into the public utility easement to the existing head pipe right there. It's already undersized and can't handle the water that's already coming in there. And Tennessee natural flow rule governs that drainage on a private property, meaning water must flow naturally and landowners must accept water naturally flows onto the property. That's what the law is. They are changing the natural flow right now to drain into my property and cause more drainage into my property. So that is not natural flow. So they can't increase this volume of water going into the small head pipe. The proposed plan challenges the natural flow condition to the point of discharge, thus increasing the volume and velocity of the water that into a storm drainage system that can't already handle what is naturally there. In addition, we have no confidence in the developer and engineer. We've had several surveyors come onto our properties without permission, told us, ignore what we were with Elliott's Reserve. We can deal with this. We can come through all your backyards. I've even had to stop one. Jake was one of the people that responded to my email on that one. We do not want them to have access to our property, going on to property, to our private properties. Several owners, including myself, we do not want them to touch it. We are glad with the department and the city taking care of the system there, but we do not want these developers. We already have no confidence in CSDG. Change your name in January to Heritage. You're still Civil Site Design Group, who has already made problems in our community. Sorry, I'm really upset right now. I'm an engineer with 26 years experience. I'm working on choice lanes. I just spent 3 days with TDOT. I know my engineering. I've already had 5 engineers look at this. This is negatively impacting all of us. And that's why we have so many people here. And we still continue to have more than 200 people opposed to this development.
All right. Good evening, Lex Bayeisen. Nicholsvale, so 3021 Nicholsvale. I have another property backing out to the project 523. First and foremost, I don't recognize any faces here, so I would like to thank this committee, for taking another fresh look at the project. The RSA taking another impartial, unbiased, uncorrupt. I would, dare I say that, look at this case. The entire time, and we've been here several times, we'd argued and we made our case, and every time we were given some crumbles, and the project was approved. I'd like to mention a few things. Mr. Justice, I don't see him here. There was Mr. Hafner as well. Mr. Justice was in our community bragging about his relationship with the developer. All right, Mr. Hafner walked out of this room. I was in the back, coming late, saying to the developer, "Don't worry, we'll get this down." I have some. I know we talked about the blasting. I mean, the blasting. If anyone goes to children care right next to Sprouts, they're blasting. They're blasting way further away from where our houses will be from those townhomes. You can feel it when you take your child, and they're way past. The blasting is going to happen really close to our houses. They're Eastland home that are selling for $850, $900 now. Nice home. So on the concern around price that these townhome would sell for, it's just not going to happen. The drainage. I mean, we invited some of the prior committee members to join us in the community. Some of them came to show them what this looked like when it rains outside. I mean, this is a torrent of water going down. There's no stopping water. Right? We all know this. And really, the final issue that I'm taking, and I'm one of them that are selling because I don't want to be here anymore. And Mr. Justice said to me, it's because of people like me that come from abroad that his daughter can't afford a house in Mount Juliet. And I will say this is because of people like him that some project gets pushed through that are not even well thought out, that people like me leave. So with this, again, thank you for taking another fresh look at the project. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
My name is Kendra Nitz, and I live at 437 Whitley Way. I also own a home on Tenney Park Lane and have been in Nicholsville since 2018. The median sales price for a single-family home in Mount Juliet is $580,000, and we have a little over a 4-month supply currently on the market. The median sales price of a townhome in Mount Juliet is $416,000, and we have a 6.5-month supply of those. There are currently 6 townhomes for sale in Nicholsville with a range of $365,000 to $409,000. One has been on the market since June. The other have been on the market ranging from a week to 3 months. 6 townhomes sold in Nicholsville in the past year, ranging from $379,000 to $405,000. We have amenities, we have a pool, we have parks, we have walking trails. Elliott's Reserve does not. 60 luxury townhomes were approved back in, 2020 time. Hibbett Station at a price point starting at $585,000. Not a single one of those townhomes have sold. They're on Curd Road. There are 2 currently listed for rent and 2 more listed for sale at a price point of $460,000 and $475,000. These were marketed as luxury townhomes, and that's how they were approved, and none of them have sold. The median sales price for homes in Williamson County or townhomes is $517,000 and currently has another 5.5 month supply. The only townhomes that are selling for over $600,000 in Williamson County are in established luxury neighborhoods with amenities, including clubhouses, multiple pools and parks, not just a dog park and playground and a gazebo. I personally have texts from someone on the Planning Commission that were sent to me unprompted back in July when we were discussing one of the homes that I had listed in Nicholsville. The text states, I said, so realistically, the townhomes will be closer to $400,000 and $500,000 range in Elliott's Reserve. I figured they would be. Nobody is paying $600,000 to $800,000 for a townhome in Mount Juliet. He said, no way. That's why I'm saying, but it passed unanimously. That's way too much. Ben said $600,000 to $800,000, laughing face. He said that because the city doesn't like, quote, low-income housing, especially multifamily. So they put a high price tag on this so the commissioners see it as luxury, and then they drop the price, end quote. As history has shown, Mount Juliet does not have the demand for luxury townhomes, and we ask that this goes back to the Board of Commissioners. Thank you.
Any additional citizen comments? Seeing none, we'll close our citizen comments.
Oh, they've got one.
Okay.
They made me come up and talk, and so I will talk.
Name and address for the record, please.
Lynn Weiss Klessig. I live at 515 Montrose. I'm right next door to Stephanie, and it's in my backyard where the city utility, like whole thing is or whatever. Sorry for my not knowing what it's all called. But so anything that they plan to do, is going to be in my yard. I've been told things like they're going to have to rip out my fence and, they're going to have to go through there and stuff. And it's like, I'm not going to have that happen. I have animals that need their backyard. The city is fine to come on, but I've been told, like, when I'm gone, I travel for work. Developers or whatever are coming in my yard and looking around. I am in the process now of finding cameras and signs for people to stay off my yard. And having, like has been said by other people before, the amount of water we have now when it rains is still overwhelming. And then to add to that, I mean, have you seen the Grand Canyon? That was formed by water. So that definitely needs to be addressed. And again, backing 100% too, as far as the trees with the buffer zones and everything. That's our little privacy thing. And to not have that there would be horrible. So that's, I guess, where I stand. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, this time we'll close citizen comments this time. Commissioner Giles, you got a comment?
Yeah, that brought to remembrance before I got elected this time, someone told me about the water problem over there, the drainage, whatever, and I had tried to come over there, but it really wasn't my place to do so. I want to know what the developer has done to address the drainage problem over there. What are y'all doing to make sure that it doesn't contribute to more of the problem that they already have?
Please.
Sure. So during the PMD process, we went through several exercises and exhibits showing that the drainage basin as it exists today currently, and I don't have that with me at this very second, but it's somewhere in the 5.5 acres worth of land area that's draining into the neighboring properties' backyards, essentially. At that time, we got it. The PMP was approved, and the solution that we are providing or sticking to is reducing the size of that basin. So it goes down to, again, 2.3 or 2.4 acres, about half of the drainage basin that's going that direction. The other half of that existing basin will be drained back the other direction to a large detention pond down towards the commercial side of this property. Therefore, essentially reducing the land that is flowing to their properties by half. Again, rough numbers. And again, to the neighbor's comment, instead of all sheet flowing into everyone's backyards, there will be a ditch, there will be a detention pond, there will be a discharge into one area that is planned and designed to go into the existing Nichols Vale's storm system as was intended.
Has this been submitted to the city and approved? Have we seen anything like that?
Not at this time because they've not submitted site plans for the townhomes yet.
So the grading is going to happen, and then
Subsequent plans will be brought in to show the infrastructure.
and then if we didn't agree with it, they would have to. I'm sure that you've got plans that they'll have plans that show what they're doing with that
Yes, sir.
to divert that water.
Yeah, as a part of, yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir. And again, that exhibit with the drainage areas has been submitted at PMDP level with that package. The actual drainage calculations are a part of this mass grading plan, which would be, again, reviewed at.
Was it listed on here? Of course, you couldn't see it if it was.
I mean, this is a really steep, even after grading, we're looking at more than 100 feet of elevation from top to bottom, correct? If I'm reading the plan right?
From Lebanon Road to the top of the hill,
Yeah.
roughly.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And it's all going to be dirt for a significant amount of time, correct?
Until it's stabilized, yes.
Point being, that could be a lot of runoff.
Could be.
Right? There could
yes.
be a lot of dirt, a lot of runoff coming down a pretty steep hill straight to, either the Nichols Vale properties, Lebanon Road, right? Anywhere.
No, well, to your point, the steep hill is on the front side and the commercial side, so none of that water is going to Nichols Vale. That's all going to the front Lebanon Road, which again, through TDOT and through the city's Public Works Department, there are many requirements as far as sediment basins, silt ponds, silt fence. The water will not just be freely flowing off the site into anything. It will be going through the required EPSC measures.
Further questions, comments? Commissioner George?
I'll just be honest. I wasn't satisfied with your answer about the trees and the 10-foot. I also am not satisfied with allowing mass grading. This isn't a recommendation to the Board of Commissioners. This is something the Planning Commission owns. So if we deny it here, it kind of sticks. So I think for me, I'm going to vote against this for simple reason. Like I said, I'm not satisfied with the 10-foot boundary. And then also when it comes to runoff, I can speak about this again. We've got a development off Devonshire and Hickory Hills that last week when it rained so much, if you drove on Maricourt Road, which has been built for over a decade, it felt like I was driving on a gravel road because the amount of rock that had washed off. So can't speak for the rest of the commissioners, but I, for one, am not going to support this.
So just to clarify, you're not going to vote for it, even though we're meeting the codes and the minimum requirements set forth by the board?
I guess so.
Understood.
I'm not, we can talk about codes all day long, but at the end of the day, if I don't feel that I'm confidently satisfied in some of the questions I've had around the 10-foot buffer and how it's going to be handled, I think that for myself, I'd like to be able to sleep at night. And I don't know if supporting this mass grading plan as I see it is something that I'm comfortable with. So.
I got one more question.
Please.
Just to add to the grading question, I mean, I'm looking at the contours here, and I'm an engineer as well. There you go.
Licensed.
It just looks like it could be graded to that pond, to the, I guess that would be the, let's get my direction right, the bigger pond. It almost looks like you're forcing a pond up there at that end. Can it not be drained, or is it you don't want to have pipes underneath your buildings, or you don't want to run? Is it just less expensive? What's the reason for that?
Are you asking if we could take all of the water from the property to that other larger pond?
Yes.
Technically, I would say yes, that probably is doable. But as far as the drainage basin itself, the overall basin, typically it's bad practice to take water from one basin and put it into another. If that makes sense. So that peak on the top of the hill, again, 5 acres of it's going, my bearings going south currently. If we take all 5 acres of that and take it north, now we're sending more water to a basin that water did not originate in.
And I'm all about good practice, but in this case, and I'm assuming that that's a retention with outfall or a detention with outfall, that pond on the north end.
The pond on the north end does have an outfall point that.
But
again,
it's a detention. It's not a retention.
Oh, correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, it is a detention.
And
And it has been agreed to as far as the comments and conditions that it was approved with to increase that from the city standard 25-year storm event to the 100-year storm event for detention.
okay.
And one of the things I'd just bring up, that it is our responsibility to enforce the subdivision regulations. And what you're hearing is not on a personal note. It's your responsibility to enforce the subdivision regulations, in which this meets all of them. Just a note.
That very well could be the case, Mr. Chairman, but with all due
Respect. I mean, we just talked about how we could take a 10-foot buffer, and if a tree goes down, it turns into 6 or 7 feet.
Again, we should change the subdivision
And we should,
regulations.
but just because we're off with our subdivision regulations right now, I don't know if that constitutes saying, well, we just missed this. I mean, is that effective governance? That's the question I have. Is it one of those things to say, well, sorry for Elliott's Reserve and sorry for the people in Nicholsville. Our ordinances weren't up to date when this came before us. I don't know if that's something that I can settle with.
Change them. Please.
I'll just add to that. The 10-foot buffer meets the code. The 10-foot buffer was approved, I'm pretty sure, with the PMDP. So the applicant here matches it. There's really no basis to vote down the mass grading plan for that reason. It was approved and they're meeting the code. It's the city's responsibility after the fact to enforce any violations of plans that are approved, rather than the planning commission voting it down for fear that they might not meet what was approved.
Thank you. Further questions, comments?
Oh, okay.
One thing I want to add as well, what's before you is a mass grading plan. Even if whatever the board decides to do does not stop the applicant from bringing in specific site plans that do include grading. They're just doing it on the front end and then coming back. So it's more construction staging than the fact that you're turning down their ability to grade. That would become for you whenever they decide to bring an FMDP in.
Sure.
You know what?
Please.
And I even said at the beginning because I took this off of this, that I was voting against it because I wasn't here before when it said and don't feel comfortable about it. But, you know, here you got this lady right back here, and I'm sorry, I don't remember your name. That's you. And I've heard of your property, and I even drove over there because I think that Commissioner Mullally and I, she was going to meet, and I couldn't, even though I wasn't on the board, I was going to try to come over there. What assurance do we have that this is not going to adversely affect her? I know we've got to maintain our standards and everything, but how do we know without something a little bit more than this? Oh, we're going to go grade, we're going to go do this, but we've got all these people involved, especially her and maybe someone that lives beside her. How do we know? You know, we don't have, you know, I asked what they've done, and I understand there's some maybe some numbers and something on here about the flow and that kind of thing, but I don't know. You know, I thought there would be some kind of professional person, not that y'all aren't professional, but another type of engineer that goes and does those type studies for the runoff and for the effect that it'll have and this kind of thing. I mean, I don't have a problem with another detention pond and diverting that water over from wherever. I think that's, but have y'all explained that to the residents that live around there and show them? You've got an engineer sitting back here who lives in the house, and she's already been dealing with, didn't you say TDOT and some people? So, I mean, have y'all met with her and showed her these to try to show and that kind of thing? I mean, I'm just wondering.
We have, at the PMDP level, we have reached out to the commissioners, and the commissioners recommended that as well. And we had emails that were responded to from the HOA, I guess the management, whoever's managing the HOA at that point, and the HOA board, maybe chairman or president, and had discussions with them. And the original feedback was, yes, we would love for you to come in and tie to this pipe and fix this pipe for us. And that was what we were under. You know, that's what we thought we were going to do. And then that's whenever the surveyors have gone out to try to locate that pipe and have been in the PUDE that is on those properties to survey that area to see, you know, again, what we're tying to and how we can complete that, at which point they were asked to leave the property without finishing their work within that easement. And again, I believe they emailed and they contacted the city, which reached them out to us. And we explained, again, by no means we want to interrupt anyone's property or be on people's property illegally. And the surveyors do have a right within that PUDE. But that would be the goal, was to figure out those inverts, that pipe size, that pipe slope, to design everything accordingly. And to your question, we have designed this pond and this basin to that point. It's not a requirement to turn in and have a review done or to have a discussion with it. So there's been a lot of conversation around this whole drainage issue that is existing. And again, it is a point of, we're taking half as much acreage to that point, and we're going to put it into a oversized detention pond that is now going to be designed to the 100-year storm instead of 25. And we're, as a developer, trying to, at that point, we're trying to hard connect to that pipe, therefore eliminating any surface flowing water from these folks' backyards. And if we are not, I guess, again, heavy quotes on allowed on their property, then the best that we can do is to, again, use the PUDs and try to get that water to that point. Now, that being said, the water will still be reduced to that point. That is the design that has been put forth so far.
But has something been drawn up that shows all of that with like, not a map, but like a diagram, a plan to present to these people that live out there, what you're going to do exactly and why this helps and what size you're going to use and who's approved it and who's looked at it. I mean, if I lived out there, I'd be having a fit too. How many people's from Nicholsville in here? Would you just raise your hand? Look at this. I mean, this, you know, and it just affect them. I'm just trying to, you know, what have y'all done to work with these people that live there? So
Again,
that this doesn't,
we feel like we've gone pretty far out of our way as a developer to try to, engineering side, it is engineered correctly. It is engineered so that the water to that point will be reduced and it will help this whole existing problem. As far as the, have I gone and knocked on their doors and talked to them? No, it has not been very well received that anyone's on their property at this point. And we are open to those conversations. At PMDP level, we have had those conversations with the commissioners, and we have presented the exhibits that were put forth at that point, explaining that. We explained it on the floor in the meeting at the PMDP level with PDFs, everything up on the screen. And I stood there, I talked it through with everyone, so we all felt a little better about it, trying to explain it to people. Because again, it is something that it needs explaining. I agree, because if I had a problem in my backyard and someone else is coming in and I could potentially think it's gonna be made worse, I agree, I completely understand the negative reaction 100%. But at this point, it's been explained many, many times to different boards and different people at this point that it is a, it is a good thing that this is going to be, after this is built, it will take water from their backyards, direct it to a singular point into the existing pipes that are there and take it downstream rather than flowing through their backyards, maybe going to that pipe. I'm not exactly sure. I've never been back there, and making it worse.
well, I mean, I would just like to see it. I would like to see the diagram
Planning-
that shows it. You
I
know.
agree. Planning should have that exhibit. I do not have it on me at this point,
Okay,
but I would
okay.
more than happily send it to you and we can talk through that as well.
But that diagram, has that been given to those people? Is it available for them? I guess it is through planning. Jill, yeah.
All of these
I'm
plans are available. They've been made available from day one when this was all submitted. The planning department has always been open to provide anything that's been requested of us. And I also did want to note, through Public Works, we do have a stormwater division that does go out
You're right.
and watches this. They monitor this. So it's not like it's graded and nobody's watching it. Public Works is on top of it from day one. So I just want to make everybody aware it's not just going to be a free flowing, sheet of mud coming down. Public Works will stay all over the top of this.
They do, and I'll add to Jill, as far as the stormwater department goes, in order to get your pre-construction, or excuse me, to get your grading permit, land disturbance permit, you have to have your EPSC measures installed, which would be the silt fence, the pond, those items, and they're checked or inspected by the Public Works Department prior to allowing you to begin construction, grading, anything at that point. So to Commissioner George, to your point about the trees and the 10 feet and where it's going to be, that silt fence will be installed prior to any grading happening and any permit given for grading. And at that point, again, to Commissioner Giles, your point about marking trees, seeing what trees are affected, seeing where that's going to be located, that silt fence is a very good indication of where that grading will stop.
Thank you for that. No, I appreciate it. That actually helps.
Further questions, comments? Thank you. All right, we've already done our citizen comments. So with that being said, I am looking for, no, sir, we've already closed our citizen comments. With that being said, I'm looking for a motion in regards to this item on our agenda. No variances. I'll make a motion to approve subject to staff comments.
I'll say I don't like it, but I'll second it.
It's a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye and raising your hand. Aye. Against? Abstentions? So approved. Next item up on our agenda is item 6J, is to review the final master development plan for Golden Bear Senior Living located at 4515 Beckwith Road. Mr. John, for planning.
Thank you. This is just an FMDP for this. It's not the site plan. So final master development plan, we're checking it for compliance with the PMDP, which we found that this does. For instance, little history on it. This is about 6.25 acres of the Golden Bear Place PUD, which I'm sure everybody remembers from numerous amendments and other site plans that have come through. This is 165 age restricted units in a 4-story, 207,000 square foot building. The PUD allowed a unit count up to 170 units for this particular area. So we have 165 units in a 207,000 plus square foot building. And like I said earlier, it's FMDP, Final Master Development Plan only. And as far as planning conditions and all that go, it's substantially compliant with the approved PMDP. So staff recommends approval with any of the conditions listed. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Shane, Public Works.
Couple things I want to hit from a civil perspective. This PMDP is going to impede access to a city pump station. The developer has agreed to work with us on our stipulations to provide our wastewater crew access to our pump station. We'll actually have got a meeting scheduled with them next week on that. The one thing I do want to take one thing I want to make aware to you guys is that the detention and the sewer are going to be constructed as part of the infrastructure package of Golden Bear Place, which is under construction right now. So the developer has agreed with the city to submit those as construction revisions for review. We're awaiting those packages right now, but for this site to work, those offsite infrastructure, the offsite infrastructure has to be installed before these guys can operate or have a CO.
Additionally, there's, as part of that, or I suppose it'd be a separate offsite infrastructure package. We're waiting for packages from the primary engineer for the overall development about improvements to Golden Bear Gateway. And this site will be required to provide a signal warrant analysis for the new Golden Bear Place at the intersection with Golden Bear Gateway. We've worked it out to allow that to occur with construction drawing review. So to try to keep the focus of this FMDP on the site itself.
Shane?
One thing I want to add as well, the PUD had a flood study condition that was to be submitted due to the drainage area that comes to it. Before any land disturbance is issued to any of the sites within the PUD, that flood study would have to be approved. Thank you.
Questions, comments from the commission? Commissioner Giles, please.
Under Public Works, number 15, will you explain what the widening project is? It says the sidewalks along that shall be 10 foot, but it also says to be constructed with the widening. Explain that, please.
Yeah, so this site is one of many sites from the overall Golden Bear Place PUD. It's one of the larger PUDs we have in the city. As part of that PUD, they're required to widen Beckwith Road to meet minor collector standards from the existing intersection of Beckwith Road to their property line. Minor collectors are required to have bike lanes and sidewalks, but as we often do in the city, we agreed to consolidate the bike lane and the sidewalk into a 10-foot wide side path. But the overall development is currently undergoing construction of that widening, and that side path will be installed as Beckwith Road is widened.
We have any timelines on that? Do we know?
It's currently under construction.
Okay. So within the next year?
It would be constructed prior to constructing this site.
Sure. Okay. That answers my question. Thank you.
Got a few minor as well. Just one to include planning or just kind of one comment. This one's kind of unique because this is at the back of a development being done and they want to go ahead and kind of be first in line. Is that correct?
I will let the developer here to speak on that, but that's the way I understand it. Yes,
So
sir.
they're going to access a road being built to develop this site. Is that
No,
right?
they are accessing from Beckwith Road, but they are reconstructing Beckwith Road.
Okay.
So as you're going up Golden Bear just off the interstate and you take that hard
Yeah.
right onto Golden Bear,
Yeah.
just off of that is what I'm seeing anyways.
I was just going to say this was one, we don't see them like this very often, but it'd be nice to have a copy of the PUD that this one's associated with our package to sort of see where this lies within, because I think it definitely assist me in interpreting some of staff's comments out there, because I think I know, because we got a lot, hey, if they don't do it, you have to do it, comments that lie within this one here, that at least I'm hoping that's what it means, that if this comes online, they request a CO, that all these improvements, all these requirements have to be met. Is that correct, what we're doing?
Yes, sir.
Okay, because, so this is a comment, Todd, and I know that you're on our roads, just talking about entrance lighting. Does the road where they're coming off have street lights right there, or no?
Honestly, I don't think that was a PUD condition, no.
Yeah, it was not. So I'd like to add, and I'll remind that, but just a comment to add entrance lighting there. Planning zoning comment number 11 says a traffic signal shall be installed as warranted. Is that way out on Beckwith? Is that at this entrance, or where?
That
The
would
warranted
be-
word is what got me.
That would be at the intersection of Golden Bear Gateway and their proposed new road, Golden Bear Place.
Again, part of that PUD and not necessarily kind of what I just went to the first time. If
Correct.
they don't do it, you're going to have to do it, kind of a thing?
Correct.
Okay, because I just want to make sure, because to me, it's not warranted. It's, you're going to put it in, or whoever you're buying your lot from to do this development, one of the two, somebody needs to know that for you to get a CO, that stoplight's got to be there, kind of a deal.
So speaking to that quickly, the way the offsite conditions for the overall PUD is almost all existing Beckwith Road traffic is going to be diverted to that intersection, and it's going to be warranted almost immediately.
Okay.
However, we do that because the city is not permitted to activate a traffic signal prior to meeting warrants.
Okay. So this will be a trigger that will.
I would anticipate if this site doesn't do it, and just because this is senior living and it's real light on traffic generation generally.
Yeah.
If this doesn't do it, the next site would.
Okay. Fabulous.
So is that light's going to be on Golden Bear shortly after the light as you get off the interstate?
It's going to be closer. It's going to be too close, really, to the light at Volunteer Boulevard.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are we requiring those to be synchronized lights?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's going to get taken care of during the construction plans.
Great.
And the signal plans.
Great. I just got one more. This planning zoning, comment 14, it says grills should be set in stone basis. This development doesn't look like it's got any stone, so just want that to be masonry or brick instead of the word stone. Further questions, comments from the commission?
Just one simple one.
Please.
For clarification, Shane, regarding the pump station and access, it says there'd be gates. I'm assumed it's going to have fencing around it as well.
Yes, we were going to get into construction plans to determine exactly what we want, but we just wanted to make sure the developer that is in play.
Okay, and
We would evaluate it with the utilities director to ensure that we're operational and satisfied from a safety perspective.
Okay, yeah, because it said, it will be gated, but I've seen several homes in the area that got these beautiful gates, but you can walk around the fence if you need to.
Yeah, that won't happen here.
Okay.
That's great. Further questions, comments? Let's go ahead and open it up to citizen comments. Anyone wishing to make comment in regards to this item? Is welcome to make comment. Please come to the microphone, name and address for the record. Seeing no citizen comments at this time, looking for a motion in regards to this item on our agenda. I'll make a motion to approve, subject to staff comments, with the inclusion on a planning and zoning comment to add entrance lighting. As well, item underneath planning and zoning number 14 to change the word stone to masonry or brick, matching the facade of the building itself.
Second.
It's a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye and raising your hand.
Aye.
Aye. Against? Abstention? So approved. Next item up on our agenda will be item 7A. Falls underneath the site plan. It's to review the site plan for Providence Commons Phase 2, located off South Mount Juliet Road. John, planning.
This is another one you've seen before. It was deferred and they've resubmitted. This is south of Publix. Let me get my staff report up here because it's a site plan for two 6,600 square feet retail buildings. 7.2 acres, 7.02 acres. There are two drive-through windows proposed. I think one of the issues with the initial one was the drive-through and bypass lanes. They've addressed that. And as far as planning goes, same as before, we'd recommend approval with the comments that we have here on the bottom of the staff report. Nothing major with this one as far as planning goes.
Very well. Shane, Public Works.
This is more transportation centric, so I'm going to let Todd take this one.
Please, Todd.
Yeah, let's start off-site improvements. The development has agreed to a rectangular rapid flashing beacon on Providence Parkway at their unsignalized driveway. That is their primary pedestrian access route, and it is also a location where we've received citizen complaints crossing that street at the unsignalized locations. There's no proposed improvements to South Mount Juliet Road, recognizing that the TDOT project is down the pipeline and anything installed is getting ripped out. Internally, they've got some circulation issues. Specifically, if you look at page C210, C211, and C212, their design vehicles are mounting curbs as they navigate through their site. That is something that would need to get resolved prior to a construction drawing. I mean, this is tying into the existing Providence Commons. I think all of you have been there. You know what it's like. That signalized drive out onto South Mount Juliet Road backs up well into their parking lot. And it's not going to help. But at the same time, they are very limited in what they can do to prevent that.
And you guys will resolve that, right?
As far as the internal circulation,
Yes, sir. I mean, that's honestly, I've got a couple of comments and you just hit the nail on the head. It doesn't look like things are making it through the site. Another one that I had, Todd, when you look at that one, if you don't mind, I'm going to have to call it, because it's not labeled building A or building B. I'm going to call it the building to the right side when looking at it. Just looking at the document where you're seeing the truck traffic come through that intersection right there where you see the truck. I'm on sheet C2-10. You see it going down the right side of this development. And right in the middle behind that building, looks like kind of creates a three-way intersection right there where you're probably going to have a little blind corner because of the building. Just, can we create a stop one way or the other? Either east to west traffic or the north
The-
traffic or something right there?
East-west is one way.
Okay,
So we'll make sure that gets labeled as such.
our plan shows it both.
Oh,
No,
I'm
no,
sorry.
no.
I'm looking plan north, plan south. Yeah, so
Just maybe a three-way, they got it on the, I guess I'm gonna call it the north side, they do have it there, but the one on the south side behind the buildings. And I know a lot of that probably gets corrected when the site, this other piece of this gets developed, but we can't count on that, so we got to work with cards that were being played today.
So are we looking at the intersection created with those drive-through lanes?
This building here on the right, next
Yeah.
to the open parcel, this intersection directly behind it.
Yeah, that little side street there should be one way because it feeds into driveways that would be one way on both.
Perfect. So striping or marking,
Yeah.
something right there to prevent people from doing that because it looks like just could be problematic.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I very much so agree.
Yeah. Perfect. Mr. John?
I'd be remiss if I didn't add, they are asking for one waiver, and it's up to 19% of any facade of the building to be secondary materials, which is EFS, but they're primarily masonry. So part of this approval would be approval of that waiver.
Very well.
Thank you.
Commissioner Rast?
The flashing beacon, is that one that just blinks all the time, or is it actuated?
No, that's pedestrian actuated.
Okay, perfect.
Do we, I guess, I don't know, Public Works or Planning, do we need any notes on this one for any blasting or whatnot, just because of proximity to everything out there? Or is our ordinance is probably covering this, but do we need any? Would it be prudent to add a note that says must adhere to ordinance for blasting? Because I know there's a lot of rock right there.
All the blasting's regulated by the state, so they have to follow the state regulations there anyways.
Perfect.
I just want to say something.
Commissioner Jones?
I think you answered everything because of Mount Juliet Road. Do we know, and I know I've asked this before, when are those improvements going to be made? Because you've got pedestrians that's coming from, and not that many, but say you've got some people from the hotels or wherever thing that wants to walk. The sidewalk ends obviously past Starbucks in that area there. And I mean, you can go on the other side, but you have to cross, but so I'm just wondering, that will take care of that area there.
I believe we're looking at 2032. It's projected to be 2 years following the interchange.
Okay. Okay.
And I just got one more. We'll add this just because I've heard this from our fire chief. Planning comment number one, landscape plans are by separate cover. To just say that all mulch material needs to be stone, rock in origin, no wood-based materials. As I know that's been a problem lately with some little fires around the commercial, particularly two areas where drive-throughs where you have landscaping adjacent. Good place to start a little fire. Please.
I think the fire chief is trying to use the verbiage of non-combustible materials.
Non-combustible. Okay.
Yeah.
So non-combustible mulch. Perfect. Further
Okay.
questions, comments? Let's open it up to citizen comments. Any citizen wishing to make comment in regards to this item on the agenda is welcome and encouraged to do so. Please come to the microphone, state your name and address for the record.
I'm going to take 30 seconds. I'll step out after this.
Chip Ashley, 573 Montrose Drive, Mount Juliet, and I'm representing the client, is a civil engineer. We did have a couple of clarifications that we were asking about the comments. One of those is regarding the trash enclosure and the request for a pedestrian gate. Code also allows for an offset wall. Want to make sure we're allowed to do the offset wall instead of the pedestrian door if the client, good deal.
Want to answer those, John?
Sure, that acceptable? Yes.
Great. Thank you, John. The second clarification was regarding a sidewalk being requested along the western property, or I guess the western drive. There's no other sidewalk over there. So we would be creating a sidewalk that's only walkable on our lot. It wouldn't go anywhere else. Just want a little bit of clarification if that is required to do that.
Would that be Public Works? Shane, you want to address that sidewalk, or Todd?
Is that me or you?
We didn't make a comment. I didn't have any comment.
Yeah, I believe we.
It is in the
agreed-
above notes, not in the conditions.
If it's in the notes, that's you. We
I don't recall ever asking for that, so.
so
Okay.
It's currently
Uh,
not a planning comment.
Miss Burnett, I believe, agreed. Unless they come in with a separate land use in a future phase.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Perfect.
Oh, if there's any further questions from an engineering standpoint. Okay, great.
So what was that about the sidewalk? We're not having, it's not been approved for the sidewalk?
You want to address that for Commissioner Giles, your question in regards to the sidewalk right there to clarify?
Well, I'm sorry, what was the question?
So has it been approved, or we're not going to have the sidewalk? Does it not, you said it doesn't go to anywhere. Could there not be another development on south of there?
So it's just it's on, I don't know if you have the plan. It's just the
you
drive
can
that
see it.
connects the western, which is planned south. So there's no other sidewalks on that area. We are showing connection to the Publix where it connects to all the other pedestrian sidewalks so that people can walk to the development where it's being developed. This is just down on the other side of the parking field, and there's no existing sidewalks on that drive.
I understand, but couldn't there be developments going south of there?
There could be. There's a big rock shelf. It would be very challenging. I don't know if there's any plan for there to be any development further south.
Well, the way the sidewalks normally go is you put your section in, because then the next person that's going to develop down the road is going to do that. I assume that we're not going to have a development setting up on that hill and then one down here most probably. Somebody will probably bring that hill down. I'm just assuming that. I don't know.
There's just nothing there. Like it back in,
I
it's like Zaxby's, and then you've got a 25-foot wall.
I understand.
So I mean, I
looked
think
at
I
this-
agree to the point. We don't need a sidewalk. It would truly be a sidewalk to nowhere because there's nothing there. There's a wall. I mean, I guess the sidewalk to the back parking lot of
It's a-
Zaxby's
It's a
maybe. but-
natural wall.
Sidewalk to nowhere.
Yeah, we've heard that happen. I need to write a song about that.
So to circle back on the comment Todd brought up, so it is in the report, and it was to address what he just talked about, like connections to where it makes sense to adjacent stuff. And basically what's shown on here is the intent of that. I mean, it's not a sidewalk requirement, it's a subdivision regulation, and it doesn't address a scenario such as this. So during the review of the site plan, we were looking for, provide us as much sidewalk connection as possible is what the gist of it is.
So y'all.
Eliminate the comment.
Okay.
Yeah. Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions, comments from the commission? Any additional citizen comments at this time? Seeing none, looking for a motion in regards to this item on our agenda.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Motion and a second. Subject to staff comments?
Yep.
Very well.
And the removal of that sidewalk that was discussed.
All those in favor signify by saying aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye. Against? Abstentions? So approved. Next item up on our agenda falls underneath the final plat, is to review the final plat for the property located at 615 Rutland Drive. John, planning?
This is the corner of Rutland Drive, Golden Bear. As it exists now, it's little over 5 acres parcel. The request here is for 3 separate lots. There's an existing home on this lot as it exists now. Yeah, if you look at the final plat, the home remains, and the property to the north, property to the south on the corner of Golden Bear and Rutland Drive gets subdivided out. And also on this agenda, you'll see the rezone request. that is associated with this. Not to blend items, but to talk about it a little bit. So future land use there is CMU. There's an existing occupied single-family house there. So the subdivision, the 3 lots, is going to, they want to retain the single-family house on the middle lot. To the north, rezone it to commercial, CMU commercial. And that is, they're going to, the intention is to use that northern portion as a commercial use, vehicle parking. The commercial lot south of the, maybe commercial lot south of the existing house is, there are no plans for that at the moment. It's simply rezone it to match the future land use, a developable commercial lot in the corner there. That's the intent. That's the reasoning behind this subdivision that you see before you hear this 3-lot plat. One of the reasons it's before you here, being only 3 lots, is it's got right-of-way dedication on the corner there too, which Planning Commission has to review. So if you got any questions, ask me. We'd recommend approval with any conditions. Now, it is associated with the rezone too, but I mean, they could stand alone too. Yeah.
Shane, anything from Public Works in regards to this item?
No additional comments.
Very well, thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Commissioner Jones?
This is for the attorney. So it's going from RS40 to CMU, right? Except the middle dwelling, the middle property.
Correct, that's what they're
Okay.
requesting.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I thought that when the zoning was changed, as long as the use didn't change, it could remain the same as long as that usage remained. Is that not correct?
Say it for me again. I don't know if I follow.
Okay, here's what I'm trying to achieve, and you'll understand
Okay.
because it makes sense, and I know of other situations that this has occurred. Okay, so we're going to zone this CMU, and when I read in this, whoever owns this is wanting to keep the home RS40,
Yes.
but I don't understand why he can't rezone the whole thing and still keep the house. As long as it doesn't change usage, he should be able to use that as a residence, whether it's him, whether it's anybody, as a residence, because it's never stopped. The usage has never changed. It's just the zoning.
Well, the reason he's doing this though is because he has commercial activity on the property right now, which is in violation of the current zoning. So he is trying to be able to, I believe it's a roofing company. He's trying to be able to do commercial activity on a portion of his land, which is why I would assume he is subdividing it and then turning one into commercial property so he can continue that commercial activity and not be in violation of the zoning that the house has.
Okay, but the commercial activity, is it on where the residence is going to sit?
No.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. It wouldn't really matter if he's using it as a residence. Here's the thing about it. As long as he's using it as a residence and it doesn't change, whether his family, whether he rents it out down the road, the usage has never changed. It's just the zoning. And so that shouldn't affect anything until that usage changes. That's what I've always understood it to be. And I might be wrong, so I might.
I don't think the usage has changed where the house is, which is why that's staying. That's why it's staying RS40. It's the usage and the other piece of property that he's going to subdivide out that needs the changing.
But I guess my question, and maybe I shouldn't even bring it up, why he or she or whoever didn't ask for the whole thing to be CMU, because it would be in my opinion, it would be a benefit to that person because of the value of the property. And whoever owns that would not have to put buffers on those sides. That person's going to have to put buffers on the commercial side, but yet he owns it and lives there. And maybe you want that so you don't see whatever you're doing on the other side of your roof and stuff. But I'm just trying to, we've gone through this in other areas of the city, and for example, Mount Juliet Road was rezoned OPS, but yet there was still there were some people who didn't choose to do that, but yet even the people who did, you could still live in the homes and rent the homes.
But if he rezoned it, the whole entire thing to CMU, then those buildings would still not match the setback requirements regardless.
Wouldn't
But
that
the
fall under
home,
the
I guess-
grandfather clause for the house?
But the house isn't the issue right now. It's the outbuildings that are the issue.
Yeah, and I know that, I understand the outbuildings. That's not, oh, anyway, I was just trying to help
Sorry, maybe-
whoever this is. I just.
Yeah, please.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I think what Commissioner Giles is asking is, does he need to can the parcel with the house on it, with just the house and its septic tank, can that be rezoned to CMU as well and be conforming or allowable?
And him still, correct.
CMU does not allow single family residence.
But it's existing already and the usage hasn't changed.
You wouldn't need to re-subdivide in that case. He could just request it for the entire property.
Well, and this is an issue. My family, my parents owned a house for several years off this road, so I'm very familiar where it's at. It doesn't bother anybody. And this is, for lack of a better phrase, bureaucracy. This is why most people like to stay in the county and they don't want to move, because you've got something so far off the road that's not causing any harm, and here we are. I think the question I've got, and really for staff, is what is going to be the least impactful to the owner, where he does not have to set up barriers? There, I mean, that's where I landed. I mean, already upgrading it to commercial mixed use, we know there's going to be an influx in their property taxes, which if they're, that's not, I guess they're willing to do that. But what's the least impactful for the resident? Because I'm just scratching my head here. We're talking about barriers and setbacks, and this is all existing stuff.
Based on what is proposed here is the least impactful for the resident, based on everything we've talked about. Now, what Commissioner Giles mentioned, if it was all commercial, correct. All the lots are commercial, so the commercial ones would not be required a buffer because there's no more residential zoning in between the two.
Yeah.
But then you have a single family house in CMU zoning.
And I honestly, neither here nor there. If the center lot stays RS40 and the rest changes, whatever is the least impactful to the property owners, I guess where I'm landing. So if that is making all CMU, or if it's leaving it this way, I just scratch my head when you've got something, because I know that I knocked on this house when I ran for county commission several years ago. That building's been there for a long time. So I just scratch my head as to what we can do that's least impactful to something that's currently in I ran in 2018, so 8 years now. Like what can we do that's just least impactful that lessens the burden as much as possible on the property owner?
Yeah.
So we can continue to do what he has been doing.
And just a side note, you do have all the commissioners presented with an email sent to staff and provided a copy to all of us from a neighboring property that should this be supported, that we'll hear from them as well, that they would like to change their use. So the CMU will keep going most likely.
Commissioner George, I just wanted to let you know, this is a new owner. This isn't the same owner that owned it in 2018.
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure. I just want to make sure that you.
Like the building,
Yes.
I guess is where I was getting at. Yep.
And excuse me, I'm sorry. Can I say something?
Please.
And Jill, but he's already bought it. So it is a new owner. He already owns it, but the usage of that dwelling has not changed. Correct? And it's not going to change. So if the zoning changes on the CMU, correct me if I'm wrong, he's going to have to put buffers on his own property to his house in the middle. Is that not correct? It is, isn't it? Yeah.
The buffers will be on the commercial.
Right,
property.
but what I'm trying to say is he owns it. Maybe he wants that. That's fine, whoever you are. And I'm just trying to help you. Just like Preston, I mean, he's going to have to put buffers up if that's not changed because it's residential.
Yeah, I just think this is where I like to use common sense is kicking in for me.
Yes.
I mean, if whoever owns it lives there and works there, really we talk about buffers with commercial property because you have a person who lives there and you have a completely separate business.
You also have
that approaches
retention,
it.
detention, parking lot.
Yes, I mean, we're just like,
You have to bring it.
Can we,
Yeah, let's go ahead and call for the owner.
homeowner?
Name and address for the record.
Justin Rogers, 1312 Stovall, owner of Bluebird Roofing.
Wonderful.
I bought the property. My original request was to do just as you suggested.
Okay.
To rezone completely, but I'm just trying to comply with getting this done through the city, and where, common sense, I agree with these sentiments here, but whatever you need from me on this, I would continue renting the house. It's a nice house. And the whole reason this got brought up in the first place is all of my vehicles were lined up along the railroad track. I bought this piece to move them off the railroad track, and there's a small hill where the house is. You can't see the vehicles, but it isn't conforming with the land use rules. So that's why I'm having to rezone it in the first place.
so this came up because you were moving your business and you went to adjust the address for your business license.
No, sir.
No.
No.
It's just a vehicle holding.
Somebody
my-
complained, I guess. I'm assuming is where this originated.
Yes.
But they would have to watch them go up and down the driveway because where the vehicles sit is not visible whatsoever from the street.
Jason Crossley, 827 Tall Oak Trail. I'm a real estate broker. I represent Mr. Rogers. Been helping him with this transaction when he purchased it and getting it zoned properly and that kind of thing. He had complaints where his business is located at Mountain View Road and Division Street for where his vehicles are parking, even though he rents, business space in that shopping center. The city notified him that they didn't like his vehicles being parked in
Railroad
the
easement.
railroad easement, even though it's deeded into the deed of the property he's renting, that he can do that. So he was trying to find a solution. We bought a property, this property here, so he could park his vehicles on the backside of this 5 acres. There was already a race car shop that was there originally, and there's like three bay garages
Yes.
that are on the backside, and he could utilize that for his vehicles and parking back there. It's not visible from the road due to the incline. The house sits up on the hill. You have to go over the hill to reach those 3 garages that are back there where he parks his vehicles now. And we were just trying to be in compliance because he's parking commercial vehicles there. And he has to get that zoned to where he could park those vehicles there. In the meantime, he's renting the house that already existed. It's about 3,400 square foot house, nice executive house. It is currently rented. We don't plan on changing this, requesting for zoning change. We want to just keep it rented. And then we have the lots on the front that border that are potentially CMU if they're. Like that's a very dumb question.
Please.
If you heard me, I'm going to ask a very dumb question. Since it's a roofing company, I'm supposing you don't do actual business out of that property. You don't have people coming to you and say, "Yeah, I have a roof. Will you fix it for me?" That's just you're storing your vehicles there, and you take them as you need them and go out and do your work.
I store the vehicles. I didn't understand your question.
You
about
don't
the
actually.
roofing.
It's not like you're selling widgets out of a storefront. You're just
Oh,
parking your
no,
cars
sir.
there.
There's no
Yeah, because it's a roofing company.
individuals, public coming there.
So basically, all he's doing is parking
Because
his
you're
cars
still
there.
retaining the office on
Correct.
Division.
Yes, sir.
That's where you can go to pay your bill or whatever, but
Oh, yes.
this is just storage.
This is
Well, that makes it even,
That makes it silly.
that makes it even sillier, and I want to lead. And I want to say this to staff. This is nothing against staff. Staff's job at the end of the day is to enforce the zoning and ordinances of the city of Mount Juliet. I think this is just a common issue where we've got zoning and ordinances don't line up with common sense. So I just want to front level staff is just doing their job and trying to do.
Oh, they've been very accommodating, working through the issues with the lot lines and some issues. It's just by the act of me moving those vehicles away from the railroad track and getting them away from and helping the city with its visuals in a busy area, I actually am penalized for it now, and I'm now having to rezone, and I'm next to FedEx where there's 150 semi trucks, but I'm here to comply and be a good citizen. So.
And the comments about staff, yes, they've been extremely trying to help us accommodate you. And I think Mr. Bond even realized that some of the rules he has to follow just doesn't make quite sense in this scenario.
Hey, Jill, you had some input, please?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out, the commercial automotive parking is not allowed in residential zoning, which is what he currently has. Right.
Gotcha.
We're trying to help negate this for him and try to find a happy medium for this because of the complaints that the city's continually getting, allowing him to utilize his property, but it still has to be zoned properly for the use. And a single family dwelling also is not allowed in commercial mixed use zoning.
Oh, good Lord.
best case scenario, what they have right here.
What is that? The hang up for us when we were discussing this on the get-go was the residential house is kind of the hiccup here.
Sure.
And the zoning won't allow for the residential house to be in the CMU. But it is existing and we don't want to tear it down. We want to just keep it rented.
Well, yeah, it's good
I don't blame you.
property.
I don't blame you.
What
I don't blame you.
does a buffer consist of? Is that a fence with slats in it, or is
We
that
just-
something significantly more?
Let's just ask that. If it goes CMU, what changes is he going to have to make to the property?
The buffers.
The buffers?
Does it exceed?
And that's really it?
And there's a couple other things on here. So there's it's all one lot right now with a residential house. There's the buildings where they're going to park these trucks, and the buildings, the accessory structures that are part of the residential use are now going to be orphaned onto a CMU parcel without a primary structure, which is not permitted in commercial. So you'll see in the conditions I have there that they need to be removed or they need to be brought up to code because now they are the primary structures on that lot. This is a very complicated one. There's
Yes.
a lot of pieces with it. So trying to keep it, but I think with the conditions that we have here, it takes care of these issues. But from a staff's perspective, the zoning as it's arranged right now is the only way to do what he wants to do on this this whole thing is in response to getting what needs to be done there. Keep the house, allow some parking that we requested. All of this is in response to that. And hopefully we can work through this and it works out. But it's complicated and there's a couple little unusual pieces to it. But I think the way it's set up now, it could work.
So
And it works for everybody. But yes, you are
Perfect.
going to commercial, so you have a buffer requirement. But they want to keep the house.
So let's turn around and ask you guys. You've seen staff comments right there and what you'd have to do if you're granted the CMU, or we good with that? I mean, not excited, but I'm sure.
I'm not clear, and maybe I should have been beforehand. What the
Read them
buffer-
to you. Want me to read them to you?
That'd be-
Planning and zoning is, you need to address the prior, provide address prior to the recording of the plat, meaning you gotta get 911, so you gotta get an address for that. Two is you need to revise the building setbacks for the commercial zoning district CMU on lots 1 and 3. This shall be completed prior to the recording of the plat should the rezone be approved. 3, should the rezone request associated with this final plat receive approval, the accessory structures on lot 1 shall be removed or relocated within the required yard and be brought into full commercial design regulation compliance per 6.103-7. I'm pretty sure 6.103.7 is facade. Is that right?
That's correct.
So brick or stone, or you'd have to come back. They would be, since an existing building, would an applicant that requested CMU to bring one in, be able to come back to this body and request a variance in facade? Sam? So now they would have CMU zoning. Would they be able to reapply should it pass and request a variance?
For the buildings that are already there.
Sure.
But the problem is that they have to be removed or moved. So it kind of.
Yeah.
That's not what
No,
we
we're not.
were.
Isn't that what that
We're not
says?
hearing it
for
like
at
that,
all.
so you can't.
Yeah.
This is
The other one is provide access easement on lot 1 and 2 for the driveway which serves both lots. And then 5 is should the rezone application associated with this plat be approved, update the zoning data on the final plat before recording.
I have a question, and
So-
I'm just curious, and I hate to cut you off. I just
No, no.
remembered something, and I was asking, and I wanted to ask staff. We had a piece of property off of Mount Juliet Road that this could have been months ago, could have been a year ago. It's happened since I've been on here. That was like a survey company or something, that there was a commercial aspect to it, and an elderly lady lived in it. Do y'all remember this? No. No, it was headed towards Lebanon Road. It's a piece of property that an elderly lady lived in that had a company ran out of it, and there was something we had to do.
R.L. Squares.
Could have been. There was something we did to make it to where it could be commercial and she could still live there or something. I'm trying to remember what that was. But it seems very familiar to me the more we talk about this.
Commissioner Jones.
Well, I thought you were going to live there. I thought you were living there. That's when I brought all this up. But whether you live there or whether it's a rental dwelling, and maybe this isn't the time, I still don't, and not that this is not the best, I'm not questioning, but the question was for me, does it not fall under the grandfather clause, no matter what zoning? They're not moving in there to change something to residential. It's already, the usage is already there. So it shouldn't be, and I might be wrong, no matter what zoning happens, they've never changed that usage. And I thought that that could go on infinitely as long as it never changes.
Commissioner Giles, I was under the same thought process as a real estate broker. I was thinking that as long as we continued the use, that we were fine. But there was something in the code that didn't allow that. So I met with Mr. Bowen.
I've got a question and one thing real quick. I'm assuming, and I'm not going to speak for you, Mr. Rogers, but if you knew all this was happening, I'd venture to say you probably wouldn't have purchased the property.
It may have affected my decisions.
The question I have, so, and this is for the attorney, and I'm not trying to split hairs. I'm just trying to wrap my head around the situation. So the issue is he's got a company commercial vehicle that is parked on a residential property.
Not just a commercial vehicle, several commercial.
Several. So
vehicles.
tell me what the code says about why this is an issue. I'm
No.
not trying to be dumb, but I'm just trying to understand.
Residential zoning, now you can't park.
You can't park a commercial vehicle.
Not.
So if I
You
work
could park your
for,
personal vehicle.
that's what I'm saying. If I work for a commercial company
You can do
and,
that.
and they give me a commercial vehicle that's not titled to me, that's fine. But because he's doing the same thing, just in a greater number, like what's that, where does that ordinance kick that threshold in is what I'm trying to understand. Like if we're saying that he can't park his commercial vehicles here, how could we say that if the city of Mount Juliet gave me a vehicle that I couldn't park that? I guess that's what I'm trying to understand.
So for example, if you look at item 9A, I know we're not on that right now, but it's got the aerial photograph,
Mhm.
the satellite, you can see the commercial vehicles sitting there. So
Yes.
it's a lot of commercial
So,
vehicles.
and that's what I'm trying to say is like, when does that kick into place? When does one vehicle that my company issues me is okay, but if I have five, it's not? Like, that's what I'm trying to understand.
Well, essentially, it's automotive parking. He's running a business per se out of that because that is the key to his business are those vehicles. So it's not just for his personal use. Those are for his employees. That's kind of where it kicks it in because that is deemed under the zoning ordinance as automotive parking.
But and that's, I see what you're saying, but he's not moved his office over there. The only people that are allowed on the property, I'm assuming, are the renter of the house and authorized employees that are getting their vehicles.
I believe
Right.
there's also a section of the code that says it, you can't have employees coming to the property and picking up vehicles. That's also a violation. That
Okay,
also
all
falls.
right,
into
that makes it
commercial.
more clear to me. I
Yes.
mean, I don't necessarily agree with it still, but that at least makes me, I understand it more. But
Is there anything that we can do as a variance that would not cause him to have to move 3,000 square feet worth of buildings and maybe just facade them? I'm just trying to get creative because that's a huge ask at that point.
They're pole barns now, they are metal facade now.
Sure, but I mean, you're probably talking tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars
Sure.
to
Well, and
move them.
he's also got to create an access lane to lot one as well.
Yeah.
So he's got to build an access lane, he's got to do a buffer. on both sides of the commercial. So
And
yeah,
the back.
we're not talking tens of thousands. I mean,
No, hundreds.
we could be looking at hundreds depending on who bids this and how he does it.
I just want to clarify, that access easement, access lane. That is purely supposed to go around the existing driveway. 'Cause
Okay,
it's now,
to the top, to the.
it's now serving two different properties.
To the east.
So you need to give rights from the other property owner to cross onto the other lot. There's no new driveway being proposed.
But he owns the lot, right?
Yes, he would own,
Okay.
he would own both lots, but if
Yeah.
that ever changed, there
Uh,
could be a dispute.
Got it. Thank you.
Is, I got another question or possible solution. Is automotive parking allowed in CMU? So if it is not, what zoning would he need for
Did you
automotive?
say that it is? Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yes, it is allowed.
If he were to do just a parking lot,
What's that?
if he were to do just a parking lot with no buildings, really all he's going to do is provide a buffer, asphalt, and water quality?
He's got a grade that does it.
But
we start getting into.
Is that?
Well, I'm betting those buildings are somewhat critical to your business. There's
Well,
gotta
no.
be stuff
Hang
in
on,
them.
hang on real quick where I'm going with that. Somewhat of sorts, he'd have to, if you did a parking lot only, no buildings, no structures. So all I'm saying is where I'm going, is you just change your survey, cut it right there. There's your residential, keep your barns on your RS-40, go even right there if you have do you not have the road frontage to do that?
The septic soil field has to be on the residential lot.
Ah, the septic field's over there.
It's in that
We've been around
stub.
the
In that
block
slither?
this one 100
Yep,
times.
so you couldn't do that either.
Nah, it's down here.
Really?
We originally tried to flag block this, but the acreage was not there to allow for the.
The only relief I would really be asking.
I would encourage you guys to do this. One is, and you might honestly want to seek a deferral at the moment, because you need to understand what you're going to need to be brought up to should this request be granted for you. Obviously, should it be the will of the body, positive recommendation or do your plat subject to the approval of the rezone request being granted. And then you could also cancel your request prior to a BOC reading if you desire to take that route. But you do need to get a fundamental understanding of what you're going to have to do should CMU be granted. So kind of be careful what you wish for. And just make sure that you're willing to make that commitment fully.
Is there a zoning appeal route in?
Not in this case. It's unique, as staff has said. They've twisted, turned, and prodded. We're twisting, turning, and prodding, and kind of is what it is. Unfortunately, we also can't set a precedent where this one makes sense for you guys. Next month, we could see one totally that's like, golly, it just does not make any sense. So got to be careful what you wish for.
For clarification, if this passes as it's proposed tonight, the lot that he currently parks the vehicles on, the buildings would have to be torn down, or a variance would have to be issued, or applied. Is that correct?
Is that correct, John?
Help me if I'm wrong. We have one residential lot with a home and some accessory structures. We subdivide the land, which puts the accessory structures on their own lot. Then we rezone that lot with the accessory structures to commercial. The only structures on that commercial lot are the two pole barns, let's say. They've gone from accessory structures on a lot to the primary structure, which was the house. Now they're on their own lot. They are the only structures on that lot. And my understanding is that they are now in violation if they're not within the commercial setbacks. They're in violation of the setbacks because it's been rezoned and it's been cut. The primary structure has been removed. So we have a dilemma as what to do with those buildings. Now, anything that gets rezoned commercial and gets developed as a commercial site would be treated this way. This is no different.
Yep.
Only
Yeah.
except that these are existing buildings.
The reason they are allowed as it stands is
Yeah.
because they're under a residential lot and accessory structures are allowed within 5 feet of the property line behind the main structure, which is the residence.
So currently, just for clarification, you have the 3 garages and there is an office space that's in the garages that the race shop that was formerly there ran out of. So there is an office aspect to one of the buildings.
Sure.
That's home there. So
Well, that's the
You're-
other building.
Basically, what staff is telling you, you're in violation of a setback, you're in violation of facade, you're in violation of parking lot, you're in violation of stormwater. Almost every one of the rules that we have, should you be CMU. Now, if you don't develop it and you stop using it, you're not going to have to bring it into compliance till you change or begin to use it. But if you're going to currently use it and you're CMU and you don't comply, they're going to shut you down.
So if we leave the back lot that currently has the accessory structures on it as a part of the residential, and we rezone the front 2 parcels as CMU,
You said you
not park vehicles on the CMU?
You can't have you can't have the soils area. Your soils area lies on the lot that you're wanting to go CMU commercial. So you
I'm
can't
talking
have,
about the 2 separate lots that are proposed at Golden, at the corner of Golden Bear and Rutland.
I only show one lot at the corner of Golden Bear and
I
Rutland.
think he's
one
saying
RS40.
lots, instead of rezoning lot 1 to commercial, lot 2.
Yeah, you could take just the corner and request a CMU re-subdivision of the plat, and then you could apply to do a parking lot only. Staff would share with you what you would need to do to bring a parking lot only into compliance and build a permit and do that.
But you couldn't park those vehicles on
You
dirt.
could. No, you can't just park them on dirt. Yeah, you'd have to bring a parking lot, so buffer, stormwater, paving.
I
all of
mean,
the-
the alternative is just to line them back up on the railroad tracks, guys. I mean, you guys have asked me to get rid of those vehicles
Yeah.
for years, which I have a legal right to keep there, but I want to be a good citizen.
Yeah.
And we're making perfection the, enemy of the good here.
Yeah. Yeah, kind of a tough situation. Looks like everybody's trying to help,
Yeah.
including you guys. And unfortunately, sometimes it's just you get in that situation that to help could hurt.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, I mean, what do you do?
We
And,
just have to,
and so maybe, and that's the reason why my suggestion at this point in time could possibly be just to defer.
right.
Gather all the facts and the information based upon these conversations that have been had. That puts you can either withdraw your application or you can come to this body next month with maybe some resolution and more clarification of what you would need.
They're gonna have to do that right there anyway, if there's a house there.
If Mr. Roger chooses to follow the advice to defer and they want to rework this or redo this from a city standpoint, and they're in violation, are you going to take punitive actions and accelerate this if we're in the middle of trying to work this out? Because I think that's where and I'm putting myself in the property owner's shoes. If we're telling them, hey, you might want to defer, we need to talk about this. We can't penalize them at the same time when we're telling them, let's think about this.
Gonna have to.
That's crazy.
Rules are rules. You can't
This,
break
this
the
all
rules.
started because we sent a letter to them and they've been working with us. So I find it hard to believe that we would start to penalize them while they're still trying to work
Okay,
on it.
that was my
And-
question. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
We've all been trying to find a solution. And
So you've gathered a lot of data tonight, sounds like.
we had Collier Engineering working on this with us, and obviously they're not here tonight. So
Yeah.
I have some questions for them. I'm gonna have to go back. So we would want to do this.
Would that be staff amenable to that? I mean, sounds like it.
What was it again?
If they deferred and see if we can figure out another possible means and ways. You bet. Please, I think it's a agreement up here at planning. Let's do this real quick, if you guys don't mind. Even if you do defer, it doesn't really matter. I want to go ahead and open up to citizen comments. Any citizens wishing to make comment are welcome and encouraged to do so. Please come to the microphone, state your name and address for the record. Perfect. Had to satisfy that requirement. Let me satisfy one more requirement, so hang on, bear with me again. At this time, I need to close the planning commission meeting in order to open a public hearing. The public hearing is in regards to item 8A, which is review the final plat for the property located at 615 Rutland Drive. Anyone wishing to make comment during the public hearing is welcome and encouraged to do so. Please come to the microphone, state your name and address for the record. See no citizen comments at this time. We'll close our public hearing, reopen our planning commission meeting. Sorry, it's formalities. At least we get that out of the way. And for anybody that needs to know, the Tennessee Vols did win. Yes, I figured that out while I was up here. Please.
I would recommend or request that this be deferred, and staff will work together and see if we can come up with something.
Very well.
One question. Forgive me. I don't see it, just of them.
Hey, he's got one more. Commissioner Brass got one more question for you guys.
Sorry, I promise we'll get to bed sooner or later. How big is lot 3?
That'd be the corner lot.
Yeah.
1.45, 1.43.
201, 158, 143.
Okay. Yeah, my can't see him. Like I said, I'm an engineer. I'm wanting to help figure out a design here. If you could figure out a commercial purpose for that lot,
For the corner?
for the corner lot, you could probably also park your vehicles there since you would be the primary owner, whether it be a Starbucks or whatever you want to put on there. I think that's an option. But I'm with the rest of the folks. This sucks, but I don't have a good answer.
Yeah, and that was kind of our intentions, not to develop that corner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we didn't really want to use it for,
Yeah.
to park it for a roofing company, but
I know.
it's pretty well.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's great land, and we're trying to stay in conformance with what the city's trying to do on that corridor. And
Looks like we got a lot of people to work with you. So that be a request for deferral for 8A and 9A, which would be 8A would be the review the final plat for the property located at 615 Rutland Drive, and 9A would be to review the rezone request for 615 Rutland Drive from RS40 to CMU. Request
sir.
for deferral.
Yes, sir.
Granted. Thank you, guys.
thank y'all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Next item up on the agenda is a recommendation item back to the Board of Commissioners. It's item 10A. It's to review the preliminary master development plan PUD, including a rezone from Wilson County R1 to CNS and RS40 for Mirabella, located off of Lebanon Road and Bass Lane. Ms. Johnson.
Hello, this is just a resubmittal from the deferral in February. During that time, you all did give a positive recommendation for the land use amendment to the Board of Commissioners and a negative recommendation for the annexation. The Board of Commissioners determined that they wanted to put those two items on hold to allow this item to come back to the Planning Commission for a positive or negative recommendation so they could run all of the items could track together. So that is why this item is back before you tonight.
Very well. Perfect. So, public work or planning comments. Let's hear them. Mr. John or Jill,
Joe got him.
please. Or, yeah, please.
Yeah. And then I'll jump in at the end.
I'll try to keep this as short as possible, but there is a pretty extensive list of roadway variances that we need to determine whether the planning commission would like to support or not prior to issuing a recommendation to the BOC. The biggest, most fundamental one here is going to be whether you support private roads. Generally, I would always support private roads, but this particular connection has been identified in the future transportation plan. The future transportation plan calls for a connection from Bass Lane to Beckwith Road on two different points. This instead shifts off Bass Lane and moves to Lebanon Road. Staff has to go by our planning documentation, and therefore I cannot support that variance to allow private streets there. Another big one is going to be lots fronting a collector road. We do have that in some places throughout town, and it has given us trouble. Exceeding 99 lots for a single access point, they are providing a temporary access to Bass Lane, or not, I'm sorry, not temporary. It is a permanent emergency only access as shown. Want to make that clear. Let's see. Lots with front loading driveways on an access street. That is not a variance that we've ever supported on both sides of the road without any conditions stipulated on that. Exceeding 10% slope on collectors. I was willing to compromise and say just don't have frontage along that. The development would like to proceed with lots exceeding 10%, or sorry, exceeding up to 10%, not exceeding 10%. Less than or equal to 10% with frontage. Let's see, what else? Just, oh, and another big one along the collector is that they really only want to do sidewalk on one side of the street and have it be along sections with frontage. Staff does not support that at all. As far as offsite improvements go, the county has already agreed that should this development come in, a signal would be installed at Lebanon Road in Beckwith, not a city intersection, so we're going to be pretty hands-off there, but the county has requested that that be a two-lane approach on Beckwith Road, so a left turn lane and a right turn lane, and turn lanes would be required on Lebanon Road at that intersection. They are also installing turn lanes at their Lebanon Road entrance. That intersection's outside our UGB, really outside my control at all, but that would be stipulated by TDOT, which would require those turn lanes, as well as turn lanes on Beckwith Road meeting county standard. Yeah, that'll be it for me for now. I'm sure y'all will have lot more questions.
Shane, you have anything you wish to add?
Yes. I had touched on this the first time this had came through last month. Comments under Public Works number 9 and 10. I, along with our utilities director, have not been convinced that they have the necessary easements in place at this time to run their sewer. And number 10, I've reached out to TVA a day after this came through last month, and they've yet to submit plans to the TVA. So I would like those approvals and or easements be shown and submitted to us prior to any hearing at the BOC or approval by the BOC. And that concludes our staff comments. If y'all have any other questions, just here to answer those.
I have a couple. I'm gonna go back to Todd real quick right there. Sorry, I was trying to keep a summary of your comments right there. Lots on access lanes across from each other. We normally don't do that. Would there be an opportunity in reviewing this for possible grass median to provide separation in those cases?
The lots in particular that I'm referring to.
I don't know what do you call a medium? I guess
yeah, like
just
a center
median.
running median.
Yeah.
The lots in particular are already getting pretty small on those streets. I'm thinking in particular in that phase 1, phase 2 area down to the south. where any additional right of way required could be problematic for them.
Okay.
But as far as I'm concerned, that would alleviate some of the concern.
But there's probably no room to do it. That's
Potentially.
kind of where I was going with that one. So I know you mentioned that should this go forward, that the county has agreed that the signal there at Beckwith. So the county is good with the signal.
Yes.
Is TDOT good with the signal?
Yeah, the TDOT generally defers to the county and the city, as long as this proposed signal meets warrants and meets TDOT standards.
In your opinion, would it meet with this approval? I'm assuming it would meet.
Yes,
the
a
warrants.
preliminary signal warrant analysis was provided with our traffic study, and it was warranted.
So TDOT would probably, as long as county and city were good with it,
Correct.
we could get a stoplight there. Much needed.
They would need official TDOT sign off on any signal plans, but again, as long as it meets TDOT code, that would be fine.
Where, if I'm not mistaken, because I was just looking at our rezone signage that we have to place on Lebanon Road out there. This is just shy of where it merges back into 2 lanes, right? So this is in the area where there is not. We're not 5 lanes. It's
We
just,
are well into the 2-lane section.
We're well into
the
okay.
2-lane
That's
section
what I
is
thought.
prior to Bender's Ferry. We
Well,
are.
I'm talking about the 5 lane coming out of Lebanon.
You're talking
Yeah.
about the 109
Yeah, we
section.
go right
Yes,
there in
no,
front of
we are.
Brodines.
We are relatively close to that, but
Okay.
not.
Okay.
It is still 2 lanes.
Okay, I was just making sure that I was seeing the property right there correctly. Very well. Just a couple clarifications on a couple things you said there. Questions, comments?
Chairman.
None? Please, Ms.
I
Johnson.
just wanted to circle back around and see if you all had any issues or questions about the variances as proposed and staff's recommendations on those.
There's a lot to read on this. So I'm just going to kind of summarize out there, design variance 6535, staff supports front facing garages on both sides of the street, recessed garages for access lanes. That one doesn't say support or not. Does staff support that one? Number 4?
No.
No. And private streets with gated access to both entrances. We've heard Todd's concerns on that, and I agree. I know that was a member of the last time we reviewed the transportation plan. I know something like this being public can alleviate some of your traffic, or the opportunity to alleviate some traffic off Lebanon Road was highly discussed during that time, and this offers you up that opportunity to give you another way in and out of that Beckwith, should it be public and not private. So Bass Lane would be a emergency gate only. Should both entrances be blocked or one entrance not be established yet. Variance for sidewalks on only one side. Staff does not support. Pretty sure Commissioner Giles does not support that either. Lots with driveways on the collector roads. Yeah, I know, right? Public Works to recommend. Speeds, road slopes, road center line radius, Public Works to recommend, and cul-de-sac lengths. I mean, I think that you guys have done very well on it. My only request back to anything that this body sees is definitely not to have, or particularly to any applicant, not to have 31 comments on something that gets submitted to us. Address your comments and then bring it back to us. But we're here. I guess one comment that I would like to include on this that we never got to hear on this one last time. One of my thoughts, one of the concerns that was shared was our ability, should this come into the city limits, we're significantly far away from any city ambulatory or police or fire services at this point in time. However, this is the far eastern boundary of our UGB. Per the agreed upon plan, we literally will begin to abut city of Lebanon right here, should this ever go forward. Seems to me that, you know, you kind of, best way to get to things is surround your perimeter and come back to the middle when you can. Of course, Mount Juliet, we've started in the middle and worked our way back out. Our Board of Commissioners has done a great job with upgrading and getting our emergency services to where they are. And we've got a great group out there right now. But one of the things I see, which does create a possibility, I see myself as missing this in a couple of larger developments in some areas as we press back here east, and the definite need to establish fire police. Would there be any opportunity to expand the commercial section of this with the possibility of having land denoted or granted to the city for a future fire hall should the Board of Commissioners be done? And I guess that's really going to be for the developer. So let's go ahead and ask for representation in regards to this item on the agenda, and come forward, name and address for the record.
Hi there, Kevin Sturgill and Matt Bryant with M2 Group. We are the civil engineers and development consultants for the owners. Our address is P.O. Box 2543, Brentwood, Tennessee 37024. Wanted to start with a thank you to staff and everyone else with all the different meetings and reviews and comments that we have received over the past year and a half. We do have a quick kind of introduction video that may help with some of why we have some of these variances and why we're asking for some of these waivers for some people that may not have seen it. If we could have 2-3 minutes to show it.
Is it only 2 or 3 minutes?
I think it is.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, you guys are at the end of a long one.
I know.
Yeah.
It's just,
Yeah. Don't make me gavel.
This is just the concept and the intent of the community and why we're asking for gated entrances and private streets, the level of an exclusive feel of the community. And we feel that it's going to really be a benefit to the municipality and something Mount Juliet can be proud of. So just watch it for a few minutes or a minute or two here, and then we can get into the questions.
Yeah, and part of the request for, you know, the sidewalks or bike paths only on one side of the road is there's going to be significant other walking trails through here, through the existing utility easements, and this is a unique piece of property because it's challenged geometrically, not really a nice rectangular shape. It's got a lot of terrain to it. We've got natural resources that we're trying to preserve. So that requires us to need or at least request a little bit of variance from some of the design standards for the streets.
We're not requesting any additional density over what the R40 would allow. We are fully planning on accommodating the traffic impact study with the road widening at the phase 1 entrance at Beckwith Road with some additional warning lighting there from our traffic study. Also, the quite significant traffic light at Route 70 and Beckwith. And then the later phase, which would be phases 3, 4, and 5, when the connection to where the commercial is and retail up there, the connection to Route 70 and that widening as well. We understand there's improvements that need to be made. It's not fully engineered at this time. Of course, we're going to need to figure out bike lanes and crossings and culverts and all that fun stuff at that point.
The builder been determined yet?
So it's intended to be 4 or 5 custom builders, not a particular single builder or tract/production builder. There was discussion about pricing before. We can't guarantee what the market's going to be in 3 years when the first residents move in, to 10 years from now when some of the last residents may be moving in. But we would expect it'll be in the starting. All builders want to start at low, right? So we expect it to be starting in the high 800 to low 900s on some of the smaller homes, up into the several $1 million on the larger lots. Again, reasoning for that exclusive gated community feel.
I will mention that, we met with the fire chief several times on this project, and we did talk about land for future, safety facilities. I don't want to speak for the chief, but at least in the meetings that we had with them, that wasn't a request. So.
Could you grow it up there though? I mean, where it's not a request today, as you said, it's going to take a hot minute for you to develop out. And it puts another, in my opinion, selling point to you. Hey, we got a fire station or police station as part of our commercial component up front. A police substation, fire station, ambulatory service, because obviously your buyer is not going to be most of them would not be a 20-something, but it would be more of you're targeting an executive of some sort with your product that you guys are going to try to sell. So with some learning with age comes more health problems. Would that be something you guys would be amenable to? Is a room up there that we could look to the dedication of some land to accommodate that for the city?
It's certainly a possibility. I mean, when we were in here last month and we did the land use amendment, that was based on the commercial that we had proposed. So
Yep.
I would assume if we were going to, modify that we would have to come back in and redo that land use amendment to change the size of that commercial. But it's certainly something we can look at. Right now, we have the commercial, and then we have like large lakes that are in between that and the beginning of the residential, right? Part of that's to activate the commercial space and have it be almost lakefront, like you're having dinner or drinks or whatever, and you're looking over a big lake there. So there's some room probably in there to look for an option like that.
So Shane expressed a couple of things out there. Can you speak to where you are or what you feel like your ability is going to be to get sewer to you? I mean, because it all could be for naught. I mean, you got a private individual or a private company that's going to kind of tell you yes or no to that, because we obviously cannot do it.
Sure.
Can you speak to where you guys are with that?
So we're actively working on that. There's 4 easements that we need for that. We've recorded 2 of them. We've got an agreement on the 3rd one, and we're working on the 4th one. That's where we are as of today. So we've been working on it for a year. We've worked with city staff and the sewer department to look at preliminary designs. I mean, we have I'll call it a 30%, 40% set of plans already to prove that it all works. And so, I mean, we've put significant effort in it. We've looked at all other options, other points of connection with the sewer department, and this is
The only way.
this is the desired location. And quite frankly, like this extension is necessary to service the rest of the UGB out there, right? There's really not another spot for the rest of that to connect to from a infrastructure, at least from our analysis of it.
And then can you speak to where you are with TVA?
Sure.
Have you guys even submitted?
We have not submitted, right? So that's a letter of no objection. And I mean, we're familiar with getting those. Typically, we try to get a little further along in the detailed grading. We also are crossing a TCE Energy. It's a gas pipeline. So we have prepared preliminary grading, preliminary engineering drawings, and we submitted them to the gas company for their review. We've had several follow-up meetings. They're in their final engineering review of those crossings for the roadways and the utilities. So certainly can understand where Shane is coming from. If it's necessary to get that approval, we'll do it. It's a little of the chicken and the egg. We don't even know if we're going to get it approved for the development. So we hadn't gone to the effort of grading out through the TVA easement. But if that's necessary, then that's what we'll do.
Yeah, 'cause right now, staff is requesting, should it move forward, that confirmation of accessibility to sewer be documented and provided to staff, as well as the TVA letter be documented and provided to staff prior to it going to the Board of Commissioners past this.
Sure. And I mean, originally we had talked about it being approved before FMDP. I understand that it's been changed to PMDP. So I guess our request would be to consider having those things be provided at FMDP. You know, part of our effort to invest in all these engineering items is having at least a reasonable assurance that, you know, our project, you know, is going to happen. So that's ultimately what our request is.
Sure. Shane, you want to speak to that?
My concern is, like I said, I've serious questions on the ability to get the easements from what I've gathered in this process. For property, I know that this board gave a negative recommendation on the annexation of a property being potentially annexed that can never get sewer. I know the city attorney talked about the segue onto that part of it, but like I said, I'd feel very comfortable in as this process has gone through, from what I've gathered, that if they are serious to develop this piece of property, that they have the ability to tie it into sewer. I think there would be no development with no sewer. And like I said, I just have concerns that I should express to you as a board with that. Hence the PMD or PMDP BOC approval.
Commissioner George, please.
I will say to your point, I think the reason in your conversations with the fire chief, while there wasn't a request for land, is because it's not really where the next fire station needs to go.
No.
There's growth blowing up on Golden Bear. It really needs to go on Golden Bear. And essentially we would back ourselves into property that, don't get me wrong, will provide relief if this gets passed. But I mean, it's not really the right location. So I really think for me, and the reason why I voted against the annexation last month is just, it's a nice project. I'll give it to you. It's really nice, but it's just not, we're like 10 years behind on Bass Lane, on Lebanon Road, on Beckwith Road. I mean, I feel like we're putting the cart before the horse when it comes to infrastructure. And I can go on tangents about how people on Bass Lane bought huge tracts of land because they wanted the country feel, and this would disturb that. But ultimately, that's kind of got to be set aside because you've got a project, and as a property owner, you have the right to try to develop it. But I think where I draw the line at is there's too many connections to unimproved roads. And I think that's just where I'm landing on this. But
So in addition, on the emergency services and both of those conversations with the fire chief and other municipal staff, both in 2023 and in 2024, the discussion was, when would our homes be occupied? And when we worked out the timeline in both cases, fire felt that they would have a new station up and running online at or before we were.
In 3 years?
I don't have all the details of the municipal workings, but this is what the discussion was.
I don't want to speak, and I know we went through COVID, but it took over 2 years for Green Hill to even open.
Because I'm not sure where the new station will go after this one, but I don't think it's not going to be that far east, though. You're right on that. I mean, I didn't say anything a while ago because I knew we're not going to put no fire station up there.
No.
So,
No,
but
they were willing to fund a new fire station elsewhere.
Yeah, but then we have the reoccurring costs, though, of the firemen and
Yeah.
all the equipment and everything. So you've got to also take into consideration, we've got to be a distance that we can get a radius so that we can be able to offer those services to more people than just one development.
Well, and then on top of this, if we look at the police aspect of it, I mean, you've got to grow your map and your coverage for police officers to go, what I would argue is well out of our current city limits to have some type of police presence. So you're looking at, just for this one project, having to add additional police force to shifts just to be able to cover that aspect of property that is, just looking at it, I mean, we're not, even if this does get approved, it's not touching any current annexed parcel of land. So, I mean,
And this is a situation that goes, and they've got a problem, not a problem, but they've got a situation we know of one, obviously up through Nonneville, you go all the way to the end of the boat dock and all that up there on Southern Ferry. I mean,
I fear that we might spread our emergency services too thin, not saying that they couldn't handle it, but I don't want to put them in a situation, and I certainly don't want to put anyone that might live in this community in a situation that they can't get the emergency services they need due to the distance from the rest of the city, distance from the police station or nearest fire hall. Because if I don't have the numbers that last month when this came up, I want to say it was 5.8 or 5.9 miles from the nearest fire station.
I actually looked those up from the last meeting, just, and I think Fire Station 3 were 5.2 miles from the station to our entrance on Beckwith Road. And then Station number 2 were 5.0 miles. So just for reference.
the fire department, and again, y'all have addressed it some. That was one of my comments that I had put on here. It says no comments received, and my question was, why? Why don't we have some comments? Did anybody reach out to the fire department, or?
I believe he even came and spoke at the last meeting about the distances. Didn't the chief speak? I don't remember that somebody spoke. Yeah. No,
I thought that was,
They're typically part of our reviews, and they do have an allocation on these staff reports. Why they didn't provide any additional information unless it's just they felt that they've already provided everything at this point, but they didn't provide additional comments with this staff report.
okay. And I think, John, to answer that, I think that was Silver Springs.
That's correct, yeah.
Yeah, on that addition that they're making.
we have had discussions with them. I mean, it's, I don't want to speak for them, but it do you remember you said sprinkling, that maybe everything needed to be sprinkled? Was that, they remember that now?
That wasn't y'all, right?
There, yeah, sprinklers was not discussed. However, at our open tech review, a representative from fire was there. And we discussed the access and accessibility of the gates, and that was the only comment.
So there's not even been conversation about putting sprinklers? You're going to be over 5 miles from a fire station and not even have a mitigator if a fire happens?
I would
we
imagine
expect
you
we'll
would have to.
appropriate fire flow.
That's a long way to not have a mitigation system.
I think unless there is I think you would have to have, I'm pretty sure you.
I mean,
I know we require it for multifamily.
Yes.
I do know that.
We're not disputing that. We just have never been told that by anybody. So
There's pretty strict state law about what a municipality can require in terms of residential buildings and sprinklers. So that could be part of it too. So we might not want to jump on that bandwagon quite yet.
Exceeding the national code.
It might behoove us, if this does move forward, whether it be with positive or negative recommendation to the BOC, that we will request that fire have a representative at that meeting.
Questions, comments? Thank you. Seeing none, right now, let's go ahead and call for citizen comments in regards to this item on our agenda. Any citizens wishing to make comment are welcome and encouraged to do so. Please come to the microphone, state your name and address for the record.
Name's Brian Reisner. I live at 361 Bass Lane. Just to reiterate a few things that I said at the last meeting, traffic is going to be your number one problem. A traffic light at Beckwith Road and a traffic light at Lebanon Road is not going to solve the problem that this is going to bring. the comment that they made a while ago, and not talking directly to them, but preserving natural resources. I got a spring right next door that used to feed the creek that runs across the back of my property. They used to feed livestock that has been dammed up since when they originally started clearing the property beside me. So I don't know exactly how that is preserving natural resources. And, the list could just go on and on of, and I pointed out last meeting, of stuff that has been done with negligence. And it's going to get worse. And to me, this video here, I've watched it, I don't know how many times online. It's a bunch of fluff, in my opinion. But I'm telling you, the people that live on Bass Lane is an older community. And I'm getting there myself. But I'm a third generation that's lived in my house on Bass Lane. They bought that property because they wanted to get out of a subdivision. They wanted to get out of a neighborhood. They wanted to live in the country. And now we're fixing to have God knows what behind all of us. I've got one guy at the end of the road. He's got a dead end road on one side of his driveway, a dead end road on the other side of his driveway, 6 houses on one side, 7 houses on the other. And he's been surrounded by nothing but freaking hay fields and deer for years. And now you're going to have this. So, I mean, I don't know what else there is to be said. I realize it goes to somebody higher than y'all as far as the ultimate decision. But there was no consideration to the people who have been here for years before all this took place.
Thank you. Please.
Yeah, Clarence Head, 200 Maple Way. From the last meeting, you had the 3 bullet points where you recommended 7D, you had negative on 7E, and you deferred on 7F. And so tonight you brought up 7F, and that's what all my notes are saying. And the fire station was one of the big points. And also, you saw the video, but it didn't show all of the power lines that are going over the top of phase 1. And what I brought up the last time was that, okay, people can sell their property and put in a subdivision. But my big objection is that they're putting in 1/8 of an acre homes. They didn't show you all those compact little houses. And if you take a look, I was doing the math on these things, and it looks like you really don't have what you would say is an RS40. You really have an RS7, and you've got 179 of them. You got an RS15, there are 117 of them. And an RS20 to RS30, you got 104 of them. So if you want to see you've got an RS40, you got 34 of them. So it's really deceiving when you look at the charts and you look at the drawings and you look at the plans to say, what are they really proposing? You got a nice, really nice video, a nice big picture, but they're not really showing that you're compacting them all in $1 million homes that, earlier heard about people saying they got condos at 800,000 they can't sell. And, to me, that's just a big problem. So, I just keep seeing all these issues coming up over and over and over again. Okay. How can you plant a tree on 1/8 of an acre? You can't have a tree in your front yard or your backyard on 1/8 of an acre. Not where it's, not looking at those plans. I mean, you can, but kids can't put a swing on it, So that's what I'm looking at. And, a lot of the people in the Green Valley subdivision, we'd like to have a red light in front of our subdivision because so much traffic going down Lebanon Road, you can't pull out. It took me 5 minutes to pull out so I could come here, just, at 6 o'clock. And that's a long time waiting for traffic going both directions. In 2020, this city had a traffic development plan. And that was to get Lebanon Road expanded and widened all the way up to the front of our subdivision. In 2020, that was item number 13 on the list. You can go look at your charts and your maps that are posted on our website, on Mount Juliet City website, shows that's what you guys wanted to do. That was the near future. Right now, the state doesn't even have that in the 10-year plan. It's not even there. And this is just going to add to the congestion and crowded traffic that's going on there all the time.
Thank you. Any additional citizen comments? Seeing none, we'll close citizen comments, at which time I'm looking for a recommendation in regards to this item on our agenda.
We'll make a negative recommendation.
It's a motion for a negative recommendation. And a second. It's a motion for a negative recommendation with the second. All those in favor signify by saying aye and raising your hand. Against? Abstentions. That is a negative recommendation. Right. The next item up on our agenda falls underneath the Land Use Amendment Annexation Plan of Services, PMDP. It is item 11A, which is a recommendation item back to the Board of Commissioners to review the Land Use Plan Amendment for Tillman Place, located at 6235 Central Pike, from mixed use to multifamily residential. Prior to hearing this real quick, I just wanted to, not only do we hear from people here present at the meeting, but all the commissioners were provided a couple of emails sent to staff and with the request that they be given to the members of the Planning Commission, and that all members of the Planning Commission were provided a copy of those emails. So thank you to the citizens that reached out in that form that could not attend this meeting tonight. So just wanted to make note in case they're listening or watch it in the future that we did get a copy and comments heard. With that being said, let's start off with planning comments. So Jill, all right.
For the Tillman property located on 6235 Central Pike, which is just west of the proposed interchange there at Central Pike. Currently, the proposal is for a mix of townhomes and single-family residences. It's going to be 137 residential units that will be split up between 24 single-family and 113 townhomes. Part of this property is currently in the city. That portion of the property to the north is currently under contract with Shiloh Baptist Church. It is zoned RS40. The lower half of the property is in our UGB and is currently Wilson County R1 zoning. They do have a rezone request in front of you for RM8 and RS15 PUD. However, due to the density is only 1.1 units per acre, staff is recommending that RS15 be changed to RS30 zoning. The land use amendment also shows the northern portion is medium density residential and the southern portion is mixed use. The request for the land use is to change the lower portion to medium density residential as well. They do provide sidewalks internally throughout the property. 6 foot throughout internally, 7 foot along parallel parking areas in the alley loaded townhomes. There is a 10-foot multi-use path throughout. There is vehicle accessibility via Central Pike and Pleasant Grove Road both. The townhome units, they are requesting via variance for private roadways for the alley loaded townhome units. They have provided adequate parking, as we can see, for 226 parking spaces. They are through a variety of means. There are a few amenities throughout this project. There is a pavilion, nature trails, playground, some exercise areas. But however, the code states for multifamily under the townhome portion that they do provide a 2,000 square foot clubhouse. That has not been provided for, nor has a variance been requested at this time. They also are requesting a waiver for a 20-foot separation and intend on sprinkling the townhomes. Staff currently recommends a positive recommendation to the Board of Commissioners, provided all conditions as shown are passed through. And also, let me go over the waivers. Thank you, John. Getting ahead of myself. Do you all have any questions on the waivers as proposed? Some of them I've gone through.
Did you say that they need to include a minimum 2,000 square foot?
As part of the multifamily regulations, they do for the townhomes because they are going to be listed under RM8 zoning, which is multifamily.
So this will need to change at some point.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
That are request a variance for such.
My only question is, do we want to lay all that out at land use plan amendment, or do you want to wait until we get to PMDP?
It's just at the discretion of the planning commission. We're happy to handle it either way.
Go ahead and hear it out. That'd be the will of the commission.
Also, John just reminded me to let y'all know the land use does not support the land use amendment for the southern portion of the property because it's currently mixed use and they're requesting multifamily residential in that area. So
If it isn't changed, was there a possibility that it could end up being something more dense than these 113 townhomes?
if the land use isn't changed, they would not be able to put the residential there. It
Anything
would have to
there.
be commercial. Because through that corridor there, that is currently a mixed use in that area. So I think the original intent was for commercial because of the interchange that's forthcoming.
Sure.
They foresee that that's going to be some commercial, at least in that vicinity.
And mixed use can allow higher density than RM8.
As far as like
Yeah.
apartment building or something. Okay, understood. Just trying to play devil's advocate.
Got a question.
Please, go ahead.
I've got a question for Todd. And Todd, from your best assumptions, because I know we're still talking very tentatively since it's not 2030 yet, where does the interchange fall in relation to this property? Like, I know, like, just, I want to get a grasp and understanding of how close this is going to be.
So that's actually incredibly up in the air.
I figured we're about 8 years off. I figured.
The city is working aggressively to move up that timeline of the interchange. If I had to give my best guess, I would say this project comes in year or two before the interchange. And in my comments and in the offsite improvement, I did try to capture that. I will say, comparing this to the development further down Central Pike that got a negative recommendation last month, this one is better addressing the roadway issues that they specifically face in the area. And they are prepared to make improvements anticipating the interchange instead of relying on it solely.
Well, and I guess where I'm getting at is I foresee a little bit more. I would like to see some commercial, and I met with the applicant on Monday night, and I expressed that, it is commercial mixed use. It's going to be so close to the interchange, but that's where I've struggled with the land use. As far as the project itself, if it was somewhere else, I like it. I like the way they've got the multifamily front loaded. You've got executive lots on the back. I like the spacing. I mean, I don't really have an issue with the project. It's just where it's going, I think, is the part that's tripping me up with it being so close to the interchange. Do we want to have that type of residential without any commercial component that close to an interchange?
So let's do this. We, as we've had a couple issues getting through them, let's see if we're can get through land use plan amendment. Then, of course, the next item up would be annexation, plan of services, and then the PMDP, where we can really discuss the plan itself. So kind of consolidate our comments towards land use plan amendment, and let's kind of work our way, see if we can get a balance to get ourselves there in the next few moments. So from the land use plan amendment, staff, it's not in agreement, so therefore staff does not support is staff's comments towards land use plan amendment.
but CMU can allow as much density as RNA.
Very well. Perfect.
Mixed use can.
Very well.
The plan doesn't support it, but it's, you're really talking about the commercial component,
Sure.
whether or not you want to get rid of that.
Very well. Shane, at land use plan, does Public Works have any comments? No comments. So let's, from the land use plan, questions, comments from the commission? Let's go ahead and ask for representation. Come to the microphone, speak to it on the land use plan amendment.
Chairman, my name is Greg Gamble, and I'm with Gamble Design Collaborative. We're based in Franklin, Tennessee, and I'm the landscape architect and land planner for the master plan. I have a very quick 3 or 4 minute presentation I want to run through that addresses all 3 items, and I think will answer a lot of your questions. I'm here tonight with Joe Haddix, with Civil Site, and Wes Patterson with Patterson Homes. And I believe our presentations are on the screen. Thank you. This is a mixed residential plan with for sale townhomes and for sale single family proposed by the Patterson Company, a local Middle Tennessee builder. If you'll go to the next slide for me. The average lot size of the single family detached homes, the lot size is 22,600 square feet. That's just over half an acre. They are transitioning to the larger lots to the north. The northern areas where we're requesting the RS15 PUD, along with the 5 single-family lots that are along the western border. Again, those are transitioning to existing residences. The townhouses are designed on private streets with 2-car garages. Staff mentioned the number of parking spaces that we had. Those are only the 2-car garage parking spaces. We also have 2 cars behind every garage. So that's 4 parking spaces for each townhome. Plus we have parallel on-street parking along the private streets. This is the area where we are requesting the RM8 PUD. We have been coordinating with our neighbor, Shiloh Baptist Church, and we'll be providing sewer for the church's future building. We've been coordinating with them to construct a public street, which will extend from Pleasant Grove Road all the way to the western property boundary of this proposed master plan. The second public street will go from that new road south to Central Pike. This provides 2 access points to 2 different roadways. The rest of the streets will be private, and all of the roads will have streetlights. We are providing a 10-foot sidewalk on Central Pike, and we'll have a 20-foot buffer, preserved untouched tree canopy buffer around the entire master plan. The next slide then. The architecture of the homes truly represents the best of traditional Middle Tennessee architecture, and this is classic architecture by Patterson Homes. These homes are currently being built in Franklin and in Green Hills. You'll notice that they pay great attention to the details of the architecture. One key element to point out is Patterson's sensitivity to making each home distinct and unique, with little repetition of home elevations, not just in the single family homes, but also in their townhomes. This is characteristic of a Patterson neighborhood, that each home has unique identities, different colors, materials, dormers, columns, roof pitches, and porches. Next slide. The amenities of the master plan are centrally located, and they bring pocket parks, playgrounds, walking trails, around a natural stream that runs through the property. How unique is it to keep this natural component as really the spine and the central part of the neighborhood? The playground will be buffered by existing trees that will be protected to provide shade on summer days. On this view of the master plan, you'll notice the topography lines. There is 60 foot of grade change from Central Pike all the way down to this creek. Pretty steep. It's 700 feet from Central Pike to this tree line. So that averages about 9% slope going down the site. If you'll look to the next slide, the way in which these townhomes are designed is to transition with the grades. The roadways, the alleys, they run parallel to the existing topography. So we're doing a little bit of cutting, but we're filling on the other side of that road as well. The townhomes that front onto Central Pike have a 2-story elevation. And then on the alley side, they have 3 stories with a tuck under garage. So then you have the alley, then you have the next townhome, and it has a garage at the 2nd floor, and then the front facade facing the private streets, 3 stories. And you can see how that steps down the terrain 12 feet at a time, so that when you are going from Central Pike down to the stream buffer, we're simply following the grades and following the land. You can't do this with a commercial site. The problems with a commercial site is the maximum slope on a parking lot is 5%. The maximum slope on an ADA ramp is 8%. Anything between 5% and 8% is an ADA ramp and requires handrails. So once you're over that 5% slope, commercial becomes very problematic. If you'll go to the next slide for me. This perspective rendering shows the architecture of the townhomes. You can see the unique designs of the front elevations. This is not just an architectural impression of Patterson's homes. These are actual homes. The artist who rendered this used actual photographs and actual homes that Patterson has designed in Franklin and Green Hills for this image. You see here that the topography drops significantly as it's going down the hill toward the tree line that will be preserved. On the next slide then. The community amenities are planned to provide social opportunities for gathering, both planned and spontaneous. They are intentionally located around the stream corridor to connect the residents to the nature and the beauty of the Central Park. On the next slide. We are also planning for families, and Patterson is providing a playground that's over 6,600 square feet with slide swings and a play fort. Okay. The proposed road improvements on Central Pike are an extension of and go beyond TDOT's proposed work. On the top left corner, you see the yellow line across the bottom. Where that yellow line goes north-south on Central Pike, that's the end of TDOT's work. Patterson is proposing to improve Central Pike from that line where TDOT will stop to the west to the end of this property. Also, on the right side and the bottom of the screen here, you see the proposed turn lanes, both left and right turn lanes on both of the major streets, Pleasant Grove Road and Central Pike. Okay. This map shows the regional context and the traffic flow that's proposed once the development is constructed. Residents will exit out of Pleasant Creek Road and they will travel to the north to get to Mount Juliet Road. Residents that are traveling down Central Pike, they'll be traveling south and they will take a left on Providence Parkway. Both of these routes avoid the major congested areas that are along Providence Parkway. Todd, we've had several conversations with you, or at least our team has, about signalizing the intersection of Pleasant Grove Road and Central Pike. Do you mind giving the Planning Commission a little bit of insight into the warrants regarding signalization of that intersection?
Yeah. I am asking at the 60th and 120th CO that they perform signal warrants at Central Pike and Pleasant Grove Road. And that kind of just captures where the interchange could be. And if it's not in at those points, the signal would be likely.
My client is fully aware of the tradition of contributions per house to the city of Mount Juliet. They would like to make a similar offer of contribution to the BOC. They would like to offer that they go ahead now and construct this signalized intersection. It doesn't meet the warrants today, but we can go ahead and install it. We can get the signals in place, and then whatever's left over beyond the installation of the signalized intersection, we'll go ahead and contribute that cash value to Mount Juliet as other developers have done in the past. Okay, if you'll go to the next slide for me. This map shows our request for the land use policy, the southern portion to be amended to reflect multifamily residential. The mixed use policy promotes commercial, high density, and yes, apartments are a potential. Due to the topographic constraints that are shown here on the map on the right, the green area, those are slopes between 0 and 10%. The yellow area is 10 to 20%. The red area is 20% and greater. So you can see that this land use policy makes sense on paper. It's near an interchange. It is on Central Pike. And on paper, it looks like it really does make sense for this mixed use policy. However, the reality of the land and the topography and designing with the land and designing in a way that is responsible to the land, that policy is problematic. The residential plan that we are proposing, if you can go to the next slide for me, the residential plan that we are proposing today is in harmony with the land, with the topography and the grade changes that are on the property. And Joe and I are happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you, Chairman, for the time.
Thank you. Questions, comments from the commission? Heard the stuff about the stoplights. Let me ask Shane real quick, because we put the trigger on a bunch of people out there and everybody seems to not develop after they get approved on it. What about the blind hill at the church?
I actually captured that, acknowledging that is one of the bigger safety concerns. This intersection came up a lot in our SS4A public outreach. So the signal is both a remedy and a problem to the safety concerns at that intersection. It helps with turning vehicles at that intersection that can't see vehicles coming over the hill. But obviously, if you can't see the signal and now there's stopped cars and you're coming up, that's a problem. So they will be required to install a be prepared to stop when flashing kind of advanced beacon. It would only activate slightly prior to the signal switching from green to yellow. A little advanced warning there. They have them in Metro Nashville along Bell Road, and they work decently well if you're familiar with that area. It's not the perfect cure, but that is an existing safety issue, and I feel confident this improves that.
So if none of these developments come online to get rid of the blind hill, is that blind hill going away in the process of the interchange?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. It's, as far as visibility, it's in top 3 of probably intersections we have in Mount Juliet, in my opinion. That, I mean, you just can see nothing. You're punch it and go, punch it and pray. Kind of a deal right there. Very well. Commissioner George, please.
You said earlier, and I've just forgot. Remind me to your guesstimates if this passes. When will the first CO versus when the interchange? What's that gap? I thought you alluded to it. I know we're just guessing here, right?
The first CO is estimated to be in 2030, I believe, which is when construction of the interchange is expected to begin.
Yeah.
That interchange isn't going to come on overnight. We're looking at a few years of construction on that, which is where they would come in and do their infrastructure improvements in the meantime.
Without a warrant, because Central Pike is a state highway, without a warrant, will Central Pike allow us to put that stoplight there?
Well, they're required to do the warrant analysis. As far as
But if the warrant analysis says no,
then no, we would not be allowed to put the signal in until the interchange
comes online. The what about the
actually? Sorry, I'm thinking there is a clause in the MUTCD signal warrants that allows municipalities to install signals at the intersection of 2 collectors. Central Pike, I believe, it might be an arterial by TDOT classification, and Pleasant Grove Road is certainly a collector. So we would have legal leeway to have that signal installed.
Okay. I know that you've looked at this, and we're thankful to have you on board. It's been great having your experience at these meetings. What about right in, right out to the Central Pike access? to push that traffic to the stop signal or to the stoplight that could be there? The Blind Hill's gone, just thinking years down the road. And not that I'm excited about that, but did you look at, when you looked at this, any consideration to right in, right out at that Central Pike access?
I didn't. With the unit count, they're required to have multiple points of entry, and with their MTA that they did, honestly, the level of service at the driveway at Central Pike wasn't a huge concern.
Visibility triangle.
Oh yeah, they performed a site distance analysis at that
Yeah.
driveway, and it did meet.
Good visibility at that access point?
Yes.
Okay. Good. Questions, comments? Yeah.
Just one question. We're talking that 10-foot path, that's along Central Pike? Did
Correct.
I hear that correctly?
Correct.
Do we really want to enforce that?
It's in the future greenways plan. And the interchange project is installing a 12-foot path that they will be required to connect into if they come in after the interchange. If they come in before, we'll tie into them.
Reason why I'm questioning it again is as part of the Improve Act, they were supposed to be looking at widening Central Pike all the way to Old Hickory Boulevard. That's disappeared from people's minds at this point with MTDOT. That's a sticking point of mine. But we're within, what, a year and a half of a new governor? That's correct. And opinions change and priorities change. And I'm thinking there will be a future widening of Central Pike sometime in the future. And again, I don't know what the time frame is or my tolerance for that is, but if we're going to put something in that's just going to get torn up anyways, does that really make sense?
Well, we don't have no assurance when that's going to happen.
No.
And I would push back slightly that anything that's not currently in the 10-year plan is at least 10 years away.
Right. I agree.
And having some form of sidewalk along Central Pike there is what's going to trigger the requirement to have curb and gutter, which is going to help mitigate the roadway departure crash problem that we have on this section of road, which is fairly significant.
Yeah.
Good discussion. Commissioner Giles?
One of the things, and I don't see it on your picture, but I was told that you do have the option when someone wants to, for better words, build, select their townhome, that they do have some models with like walkout terrace on top.
Yes, sir.
If
On West Patterson.
Right.
1645 Westgate Circle with Patterson Company. Yes, we had that conversation in and around. It's something that we offered and we had a discussion. It wasn't something that a lot of people thought. You've heard a lot of conversations about price point, in townhomes. It wasn't something that with that price of that option that a lot of people chose. And that's why those were real photos. So you didn't see, hey, here they are. It's just people tend to take and load that kitchen up, load that master bathroom up, the flooring before they say, hey, I'd like this cantilever deck out the back.
Right. But it is an option that
It
a lot
is.
of them, that is, and some people want and some people don't. But it is an option if someone wants to pay for it. So.
Further questions, comments? Let's go ahead and call for citizen comments in regards to this item on the agenda. Any citizens wishing to make comment are welcome and encouraged to do so. And please come to the microphone, state your name and address for the record. And we are discussing the land use plan amendment. Please.
Good evening, folks. I'm Liz Grimm. I'm at 40 John Wright Road. My property will just about back up to the Tillman property. For those who don't know, John Wright currently is a Wilson County only road. We have the oldest road in Wilson County, I believe, or one of the oldest roads, unimproved. Originally, this development was to outlet onto John Wright without any improvements to John Wright. As we're talking about traffic, let me explain to you what traffic looks like on John Wright now that Kelsey Glen outlets to John Wright. I have the second home on the street, which means I get to see John Wright and Central Park intersection. In the morning, we can count up to 50 cars waiting to turn on to Central Pike. We can't count any further than that because there's trees that block it, and then we can see them go. It is a wait all the time. So for those who say that it'll be an easy drive onto Central Pike from either John Wright, if this outlets onto it, or from the development themselves, I laugh at you. Please come try to pull out of John Wright. I have also personally responded to 4 car accidents at the the intersection of John Wright and Central Pikeway because of where we sit and how hard it is to turn onto that road. This development is likely going to have these same challenges. Something that I've not heard anyone bring up is whether or not the school district can handle this. I have children at both Springdale and West Wilson Elementary. They are burgeoning and growing like crazy. I would like the school district and the busing to have some input on this, because currently right now there are not enough buses to handle the students we have in this school district. My student's bus has to deliver their students, have students wait at the school, come back, and then do a second route. If we're going to be adding 137 more residential students, or residential homes, how many more students are going to be? What is that going to impact our buses, our classrooms, and that sort of thing? I understand that there's a lot of NIMBY in this. I love that Mount Juliet is growing. Please thank you for Costco. Thank you for bringing Sprouts. I would personally request that this is deferred until after the interchange is come in, after we've done a traffic analysis, after we've done a school analysis to see how this affects things. And I would personally request that in these plans, there be no outlet to John Wright. The street does not have the capacity or the improvement to handle any additional traffic. We used to be able to walk our dogs and ride our bikes down John Wright, and because of the Kelsey Glen traffic, it's not safe anymore. We cannot. Our little countryside road is gone for all intents and purposes. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Hey, Liz, I got one question for you real quick, please.
Yes, sir.
How do you feel about that, the property being commercial? Would you rather see commercial there or residential there?
You're right. It is a very hard question. Truly, between the two, I would rather see residential. You're right. However, at this time, I don't think we have the infrastructure or the analysis done to support either, to be honest.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
I do have one thing though.
Yep, ma'am.
I just wanted to touch on one thing. Every single plan, and we started this, staff can correct me, about a year and a half ago, maybe 2 years ago, that every plan gets sent to the school system. They have the opportunity to not only review it, to contact staff, but they also can provide comments to us. And as long as I've been on here, I have not seen a single comment from the school system. And I would argue that the city of Mount Juliet is going further out of its way to try to have that conversation with the school systems than we should, because we're not required to. So that's a tough part because we don't have a city school system. But at the end of the day, it's a hard, black and white thing to look at. But it's not our job to build schools, it's the county's job. But we're trying to give them a seat at the table, and they're just choosing not to say anything. So I just wanted to let that known that we do give them the right on every single project to make comments.
Please, floor is yours, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Sharon Wallstrom. I'm at 1250 John Wright Road. I'd like to say thank you for what you said. A lot of that I was planning on saying also, and also what Kendra said about the townhomes and the sales that were going on there, and the fact that they weren't reaching what they had initially thought they would sell for, and how a lot of those townhomes were staying empty. I would not like that for this neighborhood to come in and do the same thing. I think we would all prefer to have the single family housing units in that area rather than a large number of townhomes being put there, whether they stay empty or whether they stay full. Like he said, 226 parking places, and that's just in the garages. That's an additional 226 to over 300 cars that are going to be coming out on one of those two exits. And that's going to happen specifically school times for the morning commute and for the evening commute coming back from either Lebanon or Nashville. When Kelsey Glen attached to John Wright Road, that added an additional 500 houses worth of traffic to John Wright Road, which has not been fixed, which has not been repaired, which has not been changed in any way or form to handle that kind of traffic, except for at the top of the road where John Wright meets Central Pike. They did have to do a grading project there. That was part of what was stipulated before they were allowed to connect, but the grading wasn't done efficiently, and there is still a semi-blind spot pulling out from John Wright Road onto Central Pike. There's also another grading problem, and I know that you did the traffic and the site studies where this would be coming out onto Central Pike from this new subdivision. In just driving by daily, we have looked in both directions, and especially towards the west, towards John Wright Road, where this is going to come out. There is a grading problem and there's a curve problem there too. So I would like more specifics about exactly how that's going to be handled before we get into that. So I think traffic for us is a big issue, and all the additional traffic that's going to be coming out on that. You also have that S curve on Pleasant Grove Road that has not been fixed, and I have not heard anything about the additional traffic that will dump out there if that's going to be fixed. The last time that I attended the meeting for the state for the interchange, they said that they would put the widened lanes in, but only up to the Mount Juliet city limits, which is just right past that Pleasant Grove intersection. So now you're talking about having this there. It's going to narrow down to a 2-lane road, from a 4-lane road to a 2-lane road, right before this is going to enter, this subdivision's traffic is going to enter onto Central Pike. And I know that they said that they would put those turn lanes, but I'm not sure with all this additional traffic, with the interstate coming through and everything, that there's going to be enough room for that to happen in any kind of convenient way or in any kind of traffic mitigating way. So those are some of our main concerns. Also with the housing,
Get about 30 seconds.
I have 30 seconds.
Yes,
Okay. Then what I'm going to say is we aren't opposed to growth, but we think it needs to be smart growth. It needs to be a cohesive plan. This whole area has traditionally been single-family homes, and I don't understand why now we have to add multifamily homes to this section, especially with all the different traffic concerns, with the availability of schools. How close is WEMA? What kind of fire support are they going to get? What kind of police are they going to have? We already have issues with that out in that area. We love being on John Wright. I love being in the county. I want to stay in the county, but also we have such a close relationship with the city, and we're sitting so close to the city lines that we would like to express our concerns and our ideals too. So I appreciate you listening.
Ms. Sharon, same question for you. Would you rather see that go as commercial or residential? They're allowed to do commercial right now.
I guess it depends on what kind of commercial comes in and how much traffic that commercial is going to get and how much more the roadways will be extended or expanded for those kind of commercial activities. I would probably prefer the residential, but there's also the potential that a large commercial business, they would just be driving in to work for the day and driving back out. And you wouldn't have the weekend traffic. You wouldn't have maybe the consistent coming and going traffic that you would have from a residential area.
Thank you.
So a lot of it's just going to depend on what goes in there.
Sure. Thank you.
Thanks.
My name is Basil Coffey. I live at 270 John Wright Road. And if you remember from the map earlier, the northwest corner of that proposed development is about 30 feet behind my house. I live 700 feet off the road. The couple of the concerns I have, first off, there's a whole lot of animals that live in that area. I know we're humans. We got to take up the space eventually, but there's a lot of animals that have already been displaced and pushed into this area, and now they're going to be pushed into my woods and the woods of our neighbors. Also, has there been a traffic impact study on this? Because as everybody else has already talked about, man, sometimes I sit for 10 minutes waiting to get out onto Central Pike in the morning. My niece has wrecked there. My brother-in-law has wrecked there. I know several other people that have wrecked there. It's a dangerous intersection. I work for a property development company. There's going to be 137 residential units there. There's going to be probably 300 cars of people that live there, and it'll just make it worse. Also, they mentioned that they would leave a 20-foot undisturbed buffer all the way around the property. That would be great if somebody didn't come through and cut 20 feet away from the property line a couple of years ago. So the undisturbed buffer is going to be undisturbed land that's already been disturbed, and there's nothing growing there. So that buffer is not going to be much of anything. Also, as was stated, if they continue to widen the road on their own past the T-Dot point, it's going to make a really big bottleneck right before John Wright Road. So even if they don't connect anything to John Wright, it's going to directly affect us. We've already got people driving 60 miles an hour down that road. Hundreds of people a day. I'm glad I'm 700 feet off the road. I wouldn't let my kids play in my front yard. But everybody on the other side of the road from me, they're right on the road, man. It's already dangerous. We don't want a second problem coming up with our road because somebody put a development there. And that's really all I have to say about it.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm John Wallstrom, 1250 John Wright Road. Really, the question should be, can the road take this? You know, this is Central Pike we're talking about. We all know what Central Pike is like. And right here at Pleasant Grove, John Wright Road, the school, it's a choke point. It's hideous right now. And you're just going to add to that. You know, the road can't handle it. So in 10 years, come back, put your commercial in, put your residential, but the road can't handle it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional citizen comments at this time?
Yes.
Come on up. If anybody's coming behind him, come on up and form a line.
Yes, my name's Kent Hagler. I live at 287 Burton Place. They pretty much have already said everything that needs to be said about Central Pike, Pleasant Grove, the interstate exchange, how horrible this whole area is. I've about been killed on that, trying to take a left turn off of Pleasant Grove Road to get on the Central Pike. I've had to cut through the church several times to do it. I feel bad about doing it. I always say a Hail Mary when I do it, but I do, you know, because it's dangerous. And I think until we actually have this issue resolved, I think this property ought to be just pushed back, deferred a little while until all this infrastructure is in place. Thank you for all y'all do. Thank you.
David Minton, 180 Tillman Drive in Mount Juliet. My family are the landowners here. And I kind of wanted to let y'all know how we got to this point. About a year and a half ago, as a family, we decided to sell this property. But what we didn't want to do was just sell the property and not be involved in the development of it. So what we did was we worked with Greg Gamble and his group and came up with a design. What we want to do is keep in mind, not only did we want to sell the property, but we wanted to be good to our neighbors and not push a bunch of apartments and not push commercial property and things like that with our neighbors in mind. And I understand y'all's concerns, and I do appreciate those. But we came up with a design, and then where do we go from there? What we wanted to do was match our vision with someone else's vision. So we met with several developers, and then it became apparent after meeting with Wes Patterson and his group, those were the guys that we wanted. They came out with me. We drove the property on a four-wheel drive as they talked about the grading. This property does not lend itself to commercial. The design that we have for it now is the design that needs to happen here. It does not need to be commercial. But they came out and met with us, and it was apparent pretty soon that Wes's vision and our vision matched up, not only for us, but for the community around us. We really do want to be good to our neighbors. That's one of the first things that we talked about. I think that, and they'll get into it more, but I think they can alleviate some of the concerns about the people on John Wright Road and on Burton Place. It will increase traffic. I'm not going to deny that, but I do want to say this. Our family lives, a good portion of them, half a mile from this. My children, one of my children and three of my grandchildren live a half a mile from this. I'm not going to do anything personally to make their life more complicated as far as traffic on this road. I think some of the improvements that they told you guys that they were willingly going to make out of their pocket, I think that's great, because although the interchange is coming, we can't wait on this interchange to get here to fix all of our problems. You know, we can't do that. And what they're talking about is doing something ahead of the interchange, which I haven't heard much of. So as outside of being the property owner, as somebody that just lives there, that excites me that before this interchange comes, we're going to get some improvements. I think it is key, and they'll talk about it some more, that a lot of this traffic will come out on Pleasant Grove Road and not Central Pike. If you want to go eat, you're going to come out and turn left on Pleasant Grove Road. If you want to do your grocery shopping, you're going to come out and you're going to go left on Pleasant Grove Road. For goodness sakes, if you want to buy a car, all you have to do is pull out and go left, or buy your golf equipment or all that. So a lot of these people that live here are not even going to be coming up to Central Pike and turning down. Somebody mentioned earlier that this project was done anticipating the interchange and not relying on the interchange. And that's what we did here. We didn't do this relying on an interchange to come in. We did this anticipating the interchange that will eventually come. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Mark Streets, 401 John Wright Road. First of all, I want to thank Mr. Tillman for his consideration in how he wants to make this happen. I also like the plans that you're talking about. They look really, they're nice. They look really nice. But again, I think, Preston, you said it earlier, we've got a problem of cart before the horse. I still believe that we need the infrastructure in place, know what the interchange is going to look like before we start putting something like this in. That's the problem that I see. I think that's the complaint that we have. We're putting this in, trying to develop this out. And I'm sorry, I don't know his name, but he's saying we don't even know what the interchange is going to look like. We're still trying to figure that out. We're talking 5 years until that interchange even starts to be built. We've got, 3 to 5 more years before that interchange is completed. We're going to have construction on the interchange. We're going to have construction in this development. That place is going to be a show. So I suggest we table this until we start working something out with the interchange. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Gina Williams, and I live at 6325 Central Pike. So our property borders the Tillman property. The Tillman property is to the north and to the west of ours. And I mean, we've lived there for over 30 years. It was a small little country road, Central Pike was, when we moved out there, and we barely saw any traffic. And now, I mean, just like a lot of them say, yeah, it's hard to get out of our driveway even. We currently have our property listed for sale with a couple of our other neighbors right along there as wanting to sell commercial, just because we knew about this interchange coming in. And I mean, it's like, yeah, I would love for everything to stay the same, you know, the way it was. We have loved and enjoyed that Tillman property. But it's not going to stay the same because of the interchange going in. That changed everything. And then with the school being right down the road, I mean, we have grandchildren that go to that school, and we love that property, but it's not going to stay the same. and the road in front of our house is terribly dangerous. And honestly, the improvements that might be done even before and ahead of the interchange coming in, it's needed terribly bad. I mean, there's drop-offs that are awful right in front of our house, and I'm surprised that there hasn't been more wrecks than there already has been along there. So, I mean, yes, it's hard to see all the growth go on, but it is a beautiful development, and I think it enhances the beauty of that land already. And so, I mean, I think, why do they have to wait, 5 or 10 years to start developing that when we know that the interchange is coming? And they've already said that they're going to, fast track it. So it's like, some of us are just kind of ready to be able to move on and get to another peaceful place like it was when we first moved here. So.
Thank you. Any additional citizen comments? You have a comment? Yeah, very well. We'll close citizen comments, and at which time I'm looking for a recommendation in regards to this item on the agenda. For the land use plan amendment.
That's all we're on now.
That is all we're on now.
I'm gonna make a motion for a positive recommendation.
Second.
It's a motion and a second for a positive recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye and raising your hand. Aye. Against? Abstentions? It is a positive recommendation. Next item up on our agenda is a recommendation item back to the Board of Commissioners. It is review the annexation request, including a plan of services for Tillman Place located at 6235 Central Pike. Ms. Johnson.
Again, this is for the annexation only on this property. The current northern portion of this, as I previously mentioned, is currently within the city and is zoned RS40. It is the southern parcel that fronts Central Pike that will require the annexation into the city.
Very well. Thank you. Shane, anything on this one? Commissioner George.
Dang it. When I was listening to the citizen comments, I heard something twice, and I figured I'd mention it is that, I want to stay in the county. I don't want to be in the city. Your property cannot be forced annexed. If you are in the county, you will be in the county as long as you own that property, until at which point you come before the Planning Commission and Board of Commissioners and request annexation. So I just want to let those in the crowd know that are on John Wright or Central Pike, as long as you.
Yeah.
Okay.
And also to that point, I think I heard someone mention that they didn't want this to connect to John Wright, and as best as I can tell, there is no connection to John Wright.
Onto a property that goes right onto our road. There's a stub.
Where's the road? I don't know.
There, and I know we're just on annexation, but that was one of the comments that I pushed back on, and I this might help the crowd ease a little bit. There is a parcel that has been split and subdivided 4 different ways that are going to be single family homes. And I know that the conversation was to try to promote some connectivity, but one of the conditions I have, we haven't got there yet, of course, is to remove that stub to where there cannot be connection to John Wright Road, because there's going to be single family houses. Even if that gets split another 10 ways, there's no reason for it to connect to John Wright Road, in my opinion. And I think that might alleviate a lot of the concerns in the crowd if we can remove that stub to where they're already getting the required 2 entrances off Pleasant Grove and Central Pike.
Yeah. So, thank you.
Yeah. And for the record, there is a future connection. There is no connection currently. There's 0 connection to John Wright right now. Questions, comments?
Yeah,
Please.
See where but if I may comment at this, that is to this piece of property. That doesn't mean that there wouldn't come into to this piece of property and come out here. And it may never. It would be up to the properties west of this if they connected to John Wright Road.
Correct. And when I asked the applicant about this, the stub was not originally in their plans. They mentioned to me that staff recommended it for future connectivity, which is how it normally goes. But
yeah.
I would argue, based off what we see right now with it subdivided, I don't know if it needs connection to John Wright Road if it's already got 2 connections. And I think that would suffice a lot of the concerns.
And how about this for a counter to that? You make the connection to John Wright, you don't get on Central Pike, which is way more traffic than this would be. You ultimately give them an easier way in and out, crossing right through there. Gets you to a stoplight, gets you to everything. So just as an FYI right there, there's pluses and minuses without a doubt.
I've got some
Please.
other things, but maybe we should wait till this other.
Yeah.
Because I want to talk about the interchange. I want to talk about that light. So if you want me to wait, let's wait.
So any public works comments on this one?
No.
Very well. That being said, no questions, comments from the commission? Let's call for citizen comments regards this item on our agenda. Any citizens wish to make comment, are welcome, encouraged to do so. Come to the microphone, state your name and address for the record. Seeing no citizen comments at this time, I'd like to ask for a recommendation in regards to this item on our agenda.
I'll make a positive recommendation.
Very well. Can I make a recommendation? Let the recommendation get to the table and before hearing it? Perfect.
I'll make a positive recommendation.
Positive recommendation?
I'll second that.
And that's a second. So before we call a vote on that, we do need to close planning commission meeting in order to open a public hearing. Public hearing is regards to the plan of services, which is to review the plan of services for Tillman Place located at 6235 Central Pike. If you wish to make public comment during the public hearing in regards to that, you're welcome and encouraged to do so. Please come to the microphone and state your name and address for the record. Seeing no citizen comments, we will close our public hearing, reopen our planning commission meeting, and at which time I have a motion and a second for a positive recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye, raising your hand. Aye. Against? Abstentions? It is a positive recommendation. Next item up on the agenda, which is also a recommendation item back to the Board of Commissioners, is to review the preliminary master development plan, including a rezone from Wilson County R1 and RS40 to RM8 PUD and RS15 PUD for Tillman Place located at 6235 Central Pike. Ms. Johnson.
I won't rehash everything we've already gone through. Just want to say, should the planning commission decide to make a positive recommendation, we just requested include our conditions as listed.
Very well. Shane, you've been so good so long. Anything from Public Works?
The site currently does not have sewer, but sewer easements are in place to the west to serve the site. So that's already in place for this development. I'll let Todd talk about the roads.
Yeah, I guess a couple things I want to clarify. We do have a preliminary design of that interchange where we feel pretty confident about where it's at. The widening is expected to taper off about where the existing driveway to the existing residential building on this lot. I'm proposing that they carry the center turn lane as a 3-lane section, tapered down from 5 to 3, and then they'd have their left turn lane in, and then they would taper down to 2, essentially at their property boundary, which is a more gradual taper than what you would typically see, really. Let's see. I'd love to answer some questions about the stub as they come up. But I do really want to highlight that because of the horizontal orientation and the vertical orientation, really, of Central Pike, this segment is already a safety hazard. It is identified in our safety action plan that's come y'all's way soon. And a lot of those crashes are roadway departure crashes. So adding those turn lanes, adding curb and gutter widens the road. We're widening it to the outer arc, which is the more dangerous section. That is a proven safety countermeasure that would reduce the amount of roadway departure crashes. I do also want to clarify something I said earlier. Leaving the development will still be difficult, taking the left on Central Pike. I'm not saying we're going to get that done and you're just going to sit there for a second or two and turn out. There's still a high delay per vehicle, but because of the number of vehicles in the development, the queue is relatively low. We're looking at a stack of 5-ish, 4-ish vehicles. Well, you can't have a queue of 500 vehicles in a 137 unit development. Sorry to address the crowd. That was my bad. It's also worth noting if we hard stop requires signal at Central Pike and Pleasant Grove Road, people are just going to take that. It becomes the easiest way out of the development if they need to get onto Central Pike. So if you have any more specific questions, I'd love to hear them.
Cool. Anything you wish to add? Good? Shane?
Yes, sir.
You good? Perfect. Commissioner Jones?
Okay, so the light, let's say that this developer was not going to offer to put that light in. When the interchange came, that light was going to be put in. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. One of the things that the city of Mount Juliet has done has been proactive into trying to buy right-of-ways so that we can expedite this interchange as quickly as possible. Yes, 25 million. Most of you know that I live in District 1 and I'm fighting for Lebanon Road because we got to get that widened. The guy up here, whoever said that they were going to give the difference of that light to the Mount Juliet, well, Old Pleasant Grove Road has to be widened as well. And so we've got that coming up. Correct me if I'm wrong, Shane, or somebody.
Yes,
that's
it's
coming up. And so that could contribute to that. So this light will already be up there. That will save the city. That would also hopefully expedite trying to get this interchange in. For a lot of people, you probably don't know, we own that formerly Methodist church there. We own that church now. That happened before I came back. The city bought that church because of the right-of-way acquisition that would be coming up from TDOT. Am I saying that correctly? Yes. So we're trying to be proactive, so that helps us in that respect. And also listening, to me, historically, I have never voted for apartments in the city. Never. And because I told the constituents the last time, years ago, that I wouldn't do this. I've sat up here many times, Luke's and not vote for it. This time it's changed a little bit because some of the best places to put apartments, because of ingress and egress, are close to your interstate, close to that. So back this commission up last month, we had something on here. We're talking about the apartments on the other side. And I had already seen how many we could approve. And I was ready to vote for 25% of those. And most people just can't believe it. I know one of the civilians, he still probably can't believe it. But because of where they were, and it was not going to impact us that much over there. That's on the other side. And I personally would much rather see the apartments on the other side. So if this isn't approved, didn't I hear someone say that this zoning apartments could go here, correct? So for the residents, if I lived where you lived, I wouldn't want apartments here. I would much more rather this be here. And while this commission, while this board, which can change, and it does change every 2 years, 4 years, whatever, I would much rather see this than all of those apartments. There's 600 and something that's going on the other side. And while I can say, well, this would be the quiet side, we all know that it's not, because I feel there's nothing. I just feel like going east of the interchange is where the other commercial is going to come, for the major commercial, which you're talking about car lots, and you're talking about, and there's some apartments, if I'm not, before I came back, proposed on up next to the other church. Isn't that correct? So see, all of that's up there. So I would much rather it be up there where that you've got better ingress and egress and then coming off the interstate than down in here. So I feel like this is a better option for that. Gentleman that also said something about the buffer, and I think he left. If that buffer has been already cut down and the trees taken out, I'm sure that the developer would plant some more trees in there to, if that's barren there. Am I correct on that? Yeah. So I just wanted to address that because I could understand his concern too, but I think that they would do that. And other than that, I don't have a lot. I think it's a good development for where it is and what, instead of what could go there. We ran into this over on Lebanon Road, and I know I was quoted saying, but it could, and I would much rather have those houses that's coming in than apartment complexes over there. So I'm just looking at that. That's, to me, I would rather have that. So we're just sort of at that time, you know. So
Commissioner George?
Got several things I want to start out. Todd, I've got a question. When the interchange comes in, how much of Central Pike is TDOT planning to widen? And I know we're very...
No, they're planning on widening up just about to the existing residential driveway.
Now,
on
is
this
there a
lot.
reason for that? Is it to the city limits or?
My parcel viewers kind of crashed right now. I
'Cause
think
it
I
sounds
think the
like it.
extent was the idea was to extend it past Pleasant Grove, if I had to guess. But I would need to talk to Matt White about why that specific place was chosen to end that.
Okay, because it sounded like, based on it, I could be wrong, and John, Jill, correct me if I'm wrong, what we just gave a positive recommendation to annex was on the other side. So it sounds like the widening stopped at the city limits currently. So my idea, which could be completely off base, but I'm trying to make up the best out of nothing. If this project gets passed and annexation extends, and that's the cadence that TDOT's following, is extending to where the city limits stop, can we not then take and apply the promised money from the development and apply that post-development passing John Wright? If they're going to give us the money anyway, we can meet some of the issues, potentially use that money. And that's all contingent on it if TDOT is using the city limits as where they stop. But if we have this freed up money and we could do something to John Wright Road, I mean, you're effectively taking and fixing that problem as well, which could, to Mr. Chairman's point, allow connectivity to John Wright Road at that point, and the stub could be warranted.
So just a couple thoughts on that. The first one being, we don't own John Wright. The second one being that would add significant cost to that interchange project. And I believe that would likely be outside what's realistic for 140 housing units, in addition to the other improvements that has been requested. But helping John Wright, I'd love to find a way to help that intersection. Because quite frankly, this is more traffic for them. This would be additional cars, making it harder for them to get out. There is a thought, and I think the chairman alluded to it briefly. If that stub ever developed, it would be more likely traffic from John Wright going to Pleasant Grove than people from this development going up John Wright.
Because the only reason you'd want to get on John Wright is if you're trying to go into Davidson County, basically. I mean, it's kind of counterintuitive to trying to get into Mount Juliet. Yeah.
Let's keep your comments out there.
And I
Gotta
did
be at
ask
the
staff, and
table.
I did ask staff for some quick numbers, and just kudos to staff for being able to do stuff on the fly like this. But we've got 137 units right now, and under the current zoning, they could put 560 units on that same amount of property-ish. These are all kind of like roundabouts if the land use got approved. So we're looking at 137 units, I mean, granted, the land use still has to be approved by the Board of Commissioners. But if that land use amendment gets approved by the Board of Commissioners and we fail, we turn this down, they very well are within their rights to come back and ask for 560 units. So I think it's an intentional project. I like it. The only other thing I will say, I'm not a fan of the stub on John Wright, but if there is a way that we could do some mitigation to John Wright to make it work, I'm fine with that. And in terms of a clubhouse, I don't see the need of a clubhouse necessarily. I personally live in townhouses in the city limits, and we have, I guess, what you would call a clubhouse, but I would argue it's not really much of anything but storage. One question I did have for the applicant is in terms of HOA fees, it's going to be one HOA for the executive lots and the townhouses, I'm assuming, because it would have to be, right?
And they've got private roads, so they're going to be responsible for the upkeep of.
So one HOA for the whole thing?
One HOA, there'll be a master association,
Hang
a
on real quick.
sub-association.
Name and address for the record real quick.
Jackson Nichols, Patterson Company, 1645 Westgate Circle.
Perfect. Keep going.
One HOA, there's a master association, which is for the single-family detached homes. And there's a sub-association that's for the townhomes only. Obviously, their costs will be more because they have exterior maintenance, but one HOA.
So the question, because we've got a mixture of public and private roads, and my question is the onus on the master and sub HOA to foot the bill for those private roads, or is the onus just on the townhomes? Because if I'm in an executive lot, I don't know how I feel about paying for somebody else's roads.
No, that road's private too, if you look at it.
No, it's actually public. It's a public access street. So
The public road is
Central
off of-
Park, that if you look, it basically makes an L. The only private roads are the actual internals of the townhouses. Everything else is public. So
The only public road comes in off Central Pike and off Pleasant Grove and makes an L. Everything
Mhm.
internally, the townhomes and the single families are all private. And both HOAs, the single family detached homeowners and the townhome.
that makes sense because Shiloh Church is going to be using that. So if we think of this from a liability standpoint, I don't know if the HOA wants to have liability of a private road that a church is using. So I do agree from a liability standpoint, it needs to be public because you've got a church that's going to be using that road.
So which one is public?
Just the reverse L.
This here, and then that down there is public. Everything else is private. All the
I'm good.
all that.
I got a couple items I just want to make sure noted and included within. Possible conditions should it continue to press forward. One of them is just stay consistent, lighting at entrance at Pleasant Grove, lighting at entrance of Central Pike, decorative in nature at both points. No erosion control measures within any of the designated buffer areas that lie within. My suggestion, because of the potential for east to west on this public road from Pleasant Grove, would be a raised crosswalk at the sidewalk section. On my plan, it's kind of right across from the playground, so it makes beautiful sense right there. You'll hear me say that I'm not a speed table guy. Can't stand them, don't like them, don't think they're built properly. And there are too many places within our city, but the raised crosswalks seem to be golden. And you can actually get nice cars over them were raised. It's the only one that you can get speed humps, you can't get a car over them, but a raised crosswalk you can for some reason. So I would like to add that to a note. I'd also like to see some consideration given just because of the potential of that being east to west, and not place that mail kiosk on the public road, move that mail kiosk off the public road onto the private road, find a way to stick it into the horseshoe up there, because I'm assuming that those are just the mailboxes for those houses. You're only going to have parallel parking. If parallel parking's full because of all of your amenities that sit right there, you're going to have nowhere to park to get your mail. So you're going to have to park on the street to get your mail. That's unfair to anybody there. I don't think that's a good location for the mail kiosk, so it needs to be relocated. That can be worked out with staff at some point. Those are my majors, I think. And then coming back to planning and zoning comment, number 10, and also Commissioner George touched on this. Does the developer need to request a variance for no clubhouse, or for that not to be as part of this? If not, they'll probably end up having to come back to us just to get a variance, most likely. So this body would have to be the body that did that. The variance must be requested, which it is not currently requested. Outside of that, that is my comments that I see there. I do like the contributions. I do like the immediate stoplight. Blind Hill, with or without the stoplight, has always bothered me since I was a little kid. Growing up here, coming out that road, just when the church used to be a really active church at one point too, which made that complicated. The blinking light, dig it. It's going to be good at night, but actually, crazy enough, at nighttime, that intersection is easier because you can actually see stoplights, whereas daytime you can't. So, flashing light. Hopefully that, as much as the interchange, I'm looking forward to that Blind Hill going away. Probably as much, if not more, than the interchange itself. Just always been a point of contention right there. Those are my comments. So further questions, comments from the commission?
No.
Very well. Come on up. Name and address for the record.
Joe Haddix, CSDG 2305 Klein Avenue. On behalf of the developer, we would respectfully request a waiver to the clubhouse requirement as approved by this body on projects similar size here recently. So apologies for overlooking that request.
Very well. Thank you. So no further questions, comments. Let's open it up for citizen comments. Any citizens wishing to make comment are welcome and encouraged to do so. Please come to the microphone, state your name and address for the record. You are?
Again, Mark Streets, 401 John Wright Road. Luke, you made a great point with the cut through. As we're sitting back there talking about that, the one idea that came to mind was if you're going to have a stoplight onto Central Pike from this subdivision and their public roads, and you're going to have another access point onto Pleasant Grove, why not petition to acquire one of those lots, have the cut through come onto our street and shut down John Wright Road? You eliminate that dangerous hill.
I wish that we could shut down John Wright, but it's county, so they won't let us. Yeah, all of y'all, John Wright would have to request annexation plan
No,
of
you can
services.
annex our street in, and you're allowed to do that without annexing the houses in. You still can annex our street in.
I do see it as an
Nobody wants
outlet. Mark, I do see it as a potential outlet because I really don't know that no matter what you do with road improvements at the intersection, that it's going to be a cure-all, fix-all there. Likewise with Pleasant Grove, the Blind Hill plus a stoplight there. With the Blind Hill gone and a stoplight, it helps alleviate the problem. I know it's not popular, what we're seeing here tonight, but I believe done right. I believe this is a right plan. I think it's one of the better plans. You guys have said it, that we've seen in a long time. I know you guys see it a lot, but it's a potential long-term relief to keep John Wright what it is right now. And
We've been punching back for years.
Yeah, I don't want to see John Wright change from what it is any more than you guys do. Two of my best friends I was in Boy Scouts with lived right there on John Wright, and I've got some fond memories of going to their house as a child. So
I mean, it's
it was
already
as
too late for
challenging
that.
then
Yeah.
in the early and mid '80s is what it is today.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
we've been there since 95. And then, I mean, we were there when it was a pea gravel road. So,
Yeah.
I mean, it's not what it is today. I mean, those cars flying up and down our street. I mean, we can't ride our bikes anymore. We can't walk our street anymore. I mean, that's what's happened to our road. So when you keep adding this on, and I mean, we don't have sidewalks. We can't do any of that. But anyway, I just trying to come up with ideas. But
Yes,
I
sir.
like the fact that you threw something out there that actually made some sense.
Trying
So,
to.
thank
Trying
you.
to. I know it's late at night too, and that came out.
I'll do one more thing.
Please, and anybody else that wishes to make citizen comments, come on up. I'll turn the floor to Commissioner Rass, please.
And I'll make this quick. It's late. As far as extending TDOT's project to the west, lots of good ideas there to make that happen, but that would delay the interchange even further because they have to go through the NEPA process. They would have to add all of that, do the environmental studies to get the right of way acquired. It would push us past where I would be there to enjoy it.
Don't like the sleeping bear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any additional citizen comments at this time? Close our citizen comments, at which time I am looking for a recommendation in regards to this item on our agenda.
I'll make the positive recommendation.
It's a positive recommendation. May I add some comments to your recommendation, Commissioner George? I'd like to add a comment for entrance lighting at both the Central Pike and the Pleasant Grove entrance. I'd like to add the comment of no erosion control measures within any of the designated buffers. I'd like to add the comment to have the mailbox kiosk on the public road relocated. Can be worked out with staff. And I would like the addition of the comment for a raised crosswalk at the sidewalk section of where the playground meets, kind of just to give a bearing. There's two sidewalks on either side of that public road that meet right there at the playground designation for a raised crosswalk.
We also address the request for the waiver of the clubhouse.
And would that be granting the variance? Very well. Granting the variance on the clubhouse. You just, second stands. It's a motion and a second for a positive recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye and raising your hand.
Aye.
Aye. Against? Abstentions? It is a positive recommendation. All right. Next item up on our agenda is item 12A. It's to review the preliminary plat amendment for Wells Farm. Mr. John, planning.
Yes, sir. This is in the county. It's preliminary plat. They're asking for a waiver for a cul-de-sac length variance. It's something that we support fairly regularly in other subdivisions. Staff does recommend approval with the conditions listed.
Thank you. Shane, anything from Public Works on this one?
We didn't have any other additional comments.
Very well. Questions, comments from the commission? Do we have representation for this project? Let's go ahead and call for that. Name and address for the record.
Chairman Tom White, 36 Oak Club Court, Nashville. Represent the developer applicant here. Respectfully request your approval. Originally, I wanted to thank the chairman for adding us to the agenda until he made it 12A. And then I found out it was hazardous duty pay. But thank you for adding us to the agenda. And again, it's a preliminary plat approval where I think the law is relatively clear. It's been announced tonight where basically we've met all the conditions. The staff has confirmed that. And I've always appreciated Commissioner Giles' input about sidewalks and other matters. At this particular point, that's a matter that cannot be insisted upon by this body. We've met all the conditions. The law is clear. We should be approved. Always appreciate that input. We've had other developments where we've been able to do things like that as they've come through the legislative body. This is not one of those. So I think the law is very clear, as commented by your counsel. She's here tonight. She can confirm whether I'm telling you correctly. But when preliminary plat conditions have been met, this body has no alternative but to approve it. We appreciate your consideration. And thank you for adding us to the agenda tonight. We'll answer any questions, but thank you.
Very well. Thank you. Questions, comments from the commission? We good? Yeah, all right. Seeing, let's call for citizen comments. Any citizens wishing to make comment? Welcome, encouraged to do so. Microphone, name and address for the record. Making sure that we got after 10:45. I was watching it up there to just make sure. Yeah. See no citizen comments. I'm looking for a motion in regards to this item on our agenda. Make a motion to approve subject to staff comments.
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye and raising their hand. Aye. Against? Abstentions? So approved. I need a motion to adjourn, please. Motion? Second. All those in favor signify by saying aye and raising their hand.
One quick thing before you all go. I want to let you know if any of you all need a digital link, any of the plans that
Just say, yeah, just say a resubmittal. We sent out the link to all the board of commissioners. If the board wants it, I can add all the planning commission members as well for that. And also, with the addition at one point in time, you want to have like a PMDP for something like that. If you ever need anything, just reach out to me or Tyler. We can provide the PMDP for you if you need it for review.
Yeah.
Will do.
Appreciate it.
Have a motion and a second for adjournment. All those in favor, signify by saying aye and raise your hand. Aye, against, abstentions. We're adjourned.
Totally forgot about that.